Y'all ready? Hello, hello, hello. How y'all guys doing? I pray all is well your way. I'm excited about this message. This is going to be fun. It's going to be funny, but it's also going to be revelatory. It's going to open your eyes. And I think that this is a talk that many of our mothers never had with us. Um, and I think that this is going to be helpful. Let me say this to my brothers in Christ. I got you. Okay. So I'll come back more than likely tomorrow. Let's just say I'll be back before Valentine's Day because I'm doing two Valentine specials. I'm doing one where I'm going to be helping the women, and then I'm going to be doing one for the guys to help you to know what type of women to avoid as well. And to my sisters, listen, I love y'all. Now I'm going to say this with love. When I come out and I inform the guys, just say amen or say ouch. I'm gonna need you to keep that same energy that you're gonna have on tonight. So don't come on that one and be like, I can't believe she's telling these guys that, because I fall into that category. If you fall into a category that I mentioned, it can only mean that you are not available, or you're not emotionally available. You're not mature enough to be in a relationship. I've been thinking about this message, and in all our honesty, I don't even think I could do it justice. I feel like right now, just even the notes I wrote down, I had to really just tell myself to stop because there's so much. So I won't be able to get everything out. So that means that this is not going to be the end all. Like, this is not going to be the Bible of messages. Nevertheless, I do believe that it's going to be revelatory. It's going to be informative. I believe that you're going to extract something from it that can be helpful to you. If you happen to be in a relationship, you're going to find that you may be in a relationship with one of the guys that I tell you to avoid. But before we go into this message, let's do our due diligence. Let's make sure that we like and that we share. Hey, Brother Andre, thank you for the seed. God bless you. God bless you. Okay. I'm going to talk about 25 guys to avoid, but we need to do our due diligence. We need to make sure that we are liking and that we are sharing. Again, this is a Valentine's Day special, and it's going to be fun. It's going to be funny. Um, because we've come in contact with some of these personalities, and I even think about when it comes to my family, some of these guys are in my family, and I learned a lot by watching the guys in my family, believe it or not, growing up around womanizers and watching the mind games. And even, when you grow up around womanizers, because you're not on their menu, they're very open. They're insanely open with you. They tell you, yeah, I don't really like her, I just want to do this to her, I don't really like her, or she's too nice, or what have you. They will be very open. So I grew up in a household. My brother was an incredible or an extreme womanizer. And then at the same time, I had an uncle that used to come live with us all the time. A lot of the guys in my family were womanizers. Um, Believe it or not, my dad was a womanizer, even though he was married to my mom. That's what destroyed their marriage or what have you. So I can say that I grew up in an environment like that, which is why whenever I went out into the world, I was very picky as it relates to guys, and I would end a relationship relatively fast because I knew that some guys you weren't going to help them. I wasn't living in the delusion that a lot of women lived in, like, oh, I can help him. Oh, he threatened me. He loved me because he threatened to beat my tail. No, if you threatened to beat my tail, I knew right then and there you were crazy and that I was going to end up being in an abusive relationship. And I didn't want that. I never considered that to be love. And believe it or not, there are going to be women that watch this video who think that that's love. And I need you to understand when I say that a person who puts their hands on you does not love you. They don't even love themselves. So it may feel like love whenever you're dealing with a void. It may feel like love when you've never seen someone demonstrate love to you before. But prayerfully, by the end of this message, or as you follow my channel, you begin to sober up, you begin to wake up, and you come to understand that that is not love. So let's go ahead and jump into the message. I need you guys to make sure that you are liking and sharing. So we're going to talk about 25 men to avoid. 25 men to avoid. I got a lot to give you guys on tonight. I got 25 men to avoid. I got 5 other guys to be mindful of. And then I got 10 signs that he is worth checking out. Y'all ready for it? I got 10 signs that he's worth checking out. So I got a lot to give you on tonight, but I don't think we're going to be here very long. So 25 men to avoid. This is the first list that I'm going to give you. 25 men to avoid. Number 1, Mr. Double-minded. You remember the Bible says a person who's double-minded is double-minded and unstable in all of their ways. Mr. Double-minded. This is the guy who goes to church, but he doesn't know if he wants to be in the world or church or what have you. He still loves the world. His eyes still glare, they still light up when it comes to the things of the world, but when it comes to the church, he feels an obligation to the church. Most of the time that is religion. He's afraid of going to hell. There are a lot of people who idolize heaven. There are a lot of people who are terrified of going to hell, so they don't serve God because they love God. They serve God because they don't want to go to hell. They serve God because they don't want to, they don't want to. It's a simple. They don't want to go to hell. They want to go to heaven. That's the reason they serve God. But they don't necessarily have a relationship with God, and so consequently, they are relatively double-minded. They are relatively double-minded, and you can tell a double-minded dude because his conversation, the Bible says, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. And so his conversation is going to be just worldly. Everything he talks about is going to be worldly this and worldly that. And one thing I've learned about double-minded people is that they always have out with the church, because it's hard to be in alignment or alliance with an organization that opposes your ideology. So a lot of times you will find that this guy will speak negatively about the church, even though he'll go to church. Even though he may even participate in church to some degree, you will find that he has a whole lot of gripes about the church. And that has everything to do with the fact that he is double-minded. It has everything to do with the fact that the church speaks against, or the church should be speaking against, a lifestyle that he is engaging in. Number two, Mr. Insecure. Mr. Insecure. Sis, I know. Thank you, Righteous Rebel. God bless you. I know that you're like, I know he likes me, but he's afraid to approach me. I can tell that he likes me, but he is afraid to approach me. That is a red flag. That is not healthy. That is not normal. Because at the end of the day, now don't get me wrong, it is a real thing for a man to see a woman and deal with some type of intimidation and, start experiencing fear. But one thing about it is there's this thing called strength. So fear is very much like bench pressing, right? So you can feel the pressure whenever a person is bench pressing, or let's say if he's picking up a box, he can feel the pressure weighing down on a box. Nevertheless, he knows that, hey, I got to position my legs a certain way. I got to put a grip on this box and I have to pick it up. I have to pick it up, meaning he knows that even though there's a temptation to drop the box, even though there's a temptation to just fall under the dumbbells, he understands that I got to pick this thing up, meaning he learns to persevere through pressure. But when you're dealing with an insecure person, a lot of times we find that we think that that's adorable. We can sit back and say, oh my goodness, look at him. He has his little crush going or what have you. But that is a red flag, because that is a sign of fear. And whenever you're dealing with fear or insecurity, that does not end when you get in a relationship. That does not go away when you get in a relationship. It's going to start to manifest itself in a relationship, because he's going to be insecure about you. Why you wearing your hair like that? Why you dressed up? Who's that guy? You're going to deal with a lot of issues with this particular guy. So insecurity is not sexy. Insecurity is not sexy. Whenever a man is mature, the Bible says he who finds a wife finds a good thing and obtains favor of the Lord. That there is a pursuit there. So you have to understand, whenever a man is walking in God, God gives him a supernatural confidence, even though fear is there. So I think about, for example, some of the things that God has me doing. A lot of times I can say in this season, I have felt quite a bit of intimidation and extreme intimidation with some of the stuff that God has placed on me to do. I can feel the weight. And I remember thinking about that today. I feel the weight of intimidation. I feel the pressure. And one thing about it is I'm an entrepreneur. I've been in a business. I've been a business owner for many years. And one thing about me is that a lot of times, I've had to learn to navigate through that pressure. I had to learn to navigate through that fear. So even though I feel intimidated, even though I feel fearful, even though, I may be afraid of failure, afraid of rejection, afraid of whatever, I've had to persevere through that. That means that you have to do it, even if you have to do it while you're afraid. And so any person who cannot persevere through fear that's a red flag. Thank you, Escalating Hope. God bless you. God bless you. Anytime someone is afraid to persevere, that's going to be a person who doesn't want to get, or who desires to get a promotion on a job, but won't do it because he's intimidated or because he's trying to be nice to the next person. That's going to be a person who will always put you, because you got to hear this. The Bible says, husbands, love your wives as you love yourself. Husbands, love your wives as you love yourself. And I have to submit to you that a man will only love you to the degree in which he loves himself. Did y'all hear that? A man can only love you to the degree in which he loves himself. Everything that goes beyond that is not love. Anything that goes beyond that is going to be obsession. And so anytime a guy puts more effort, energy, or what have you into you, what's going to end up happening is he can easily become obsessed with you. He can easily become obsessed with you, and he thinks that is love. It's not love. And this person is going to be relatively unstable, insecure. Just think about an insecure foundation. Or something that's insecure is not on a solid foundation. And so when you're dealing with someone who's insecure, please understand that the person doesn't mean that he's a bad person. Typically, it means that he has to mature. It means that he needs to heal, and he needs to mature. And I got to get you to hear me on this. I got to get you to hear me on this. You don't roll out the red carpet to make him more comfortable, because you're going to spend the rest of your life doing that with him. You're going to spend the rest of your life being his mommy. That is a mommy issue. You will spend the rest of your life, if you sitting up and he's just like scared, or he's dealing with insecurity as it relates to you, and you sit up over there, you're like, you know what, I'm just gonna make it a little easier because I can see the dude is scared. So you walk up to him, you're like, hey, well, give me a call sometime. You're gonna spend the rest of your life having to talk him out of fear, or you're gonna spend the rest of your life having to take the lead in the relationship. And you have to understand, it is not of God for us to take the lead. So even though I'm saying this is a guy to avoid, I'm not saying that he is a bad person. I'm saying that in many cases he is immature. He is insecure because he has not completely surrendered himself over to God, or there's some type of fear there. Fear is the presence of a void. It's a lack of revelation and a lack of information. Fear is the presence of a void. Like I talked about, I deal with intimidation in our business sometimes, and not in the things that I do. I'm a publisher. I'm comfortable publishing. I do seals and logos. I'm comfortable doing that. But sometimes God will give me a new business idea. I had that happen yesterday, where I had this thought of, because I am a marketplace minister amongst other things. And so I had this thought about, an industry that I thought about getting into. And immediately, I started doing research, and I kid you not, I felt the weight of intimidation come over me. I felt the weight, even though I've been in business many, many years. This is foreign. This is disconnected from anything that I do. I felt the weight of intimidation come over me, the learning curve. The learning curve is the thing that separates the weak from the strong. It separates the weak from the strong, not the good from the bad. You got to hear that. But it separates the weak from the strong. And so I could feel the weight of that thing. And I started thinking about, if I got into this particular industry, how much of my time would it be demanding of? And I started thinking about all the investments. I started thinking about all of that. And you know what? I felt like my mind wanted to explode. But that is something that I'm accustomed to. So you know what? I did research. I did enough research to say, okay, yeah, this is something that I would definitely look into getting into. So I want to make sure I get more information. I want to make sure that I get, more knowledge as it relates to that. So what I'm saying is, if it's something I believe God gave me, even though I feel the weight of intimidation, I feel the fear, I'm still going to go after it. I'm still going to go after it because, catch this, the reason I'm going to do it, y'all ready? I believe God. I literally thought about the people, because I found, and I was going to do a message. I'm going to probably do a whole other message. I started thinking about, I actually started doing a message on my podcast, and I closed it out. I got like 20 something minutes in, but I talked about how in the church we are so uneducated about the marketplace. I started thinking about, when you in the church, when you're multifaceted, when you're multi-talented, when you're multi-gifted, when you start putting your hands in all these industries, people start thinking, oh, you're all about money. And it's like, no, I'm all about building this. I got this thing, this passion to build. And it's almost this unquenchable desire to build, to build, to build, to build. And I started thinking about the ignorance that we have. And I went all back into how the old church, they really did not push the marketplace. So this is one of the mountains that a lot of us are not ascending on. So I don't want to go into that. But that's one of the mountains that many of us don't ascend on, because whenever you catch a Christian that gets on that mountain, and I'm going to hit some of y'all in the throat, a lot of folks in the church start to talk about that person, start talking about they money hungry. And the old church did a good job of securing you in brokenness. The old church did a really good job of securing you in brokenness. Consequently, even on this channel, if I say, hey guys, want to sow a seed, there are people that literally get upset with that. And it completely blows my mind. The old church had us thinking that it's okay. Like when it comes to Christianity, you're supposed to be broke. And if you come across anybody like myself who's a mass producer, you come across anybody like myself who says, hey, listen, I'm going to get into this industry. I'm going to build this. I'm going to build that. Oh, she over here. She got a card game. Now she over here she got a patent pending. She got this doing and she got that going. Oh, she all about money, because a lot of people in the church don't understand money. That was kind of like a freebie. That was off the beaten path. Thank you, Sister Tia. God bless you. That was off the beaten path. But that is to say that when you're dealing with insecurity, for example, when it comes to relationships, business, it's all the same. You feel the weight of intimidation. You feel the fear. You can hear the opinions of man before they even come. You already know the attacks that you're going to get, because you are ascending a mountain that Satan believes it belongs to him. You are ascending the mountain, so you can feel the pressure on that mountain. Nevertheless, you got to persevere. You got to be a go-getter. You got to be amongst the few that ascend that mountain. Everybody else is at the bottom. Talking about, ain't nobody gonna go up there. Ain't nobody finna go through all that. Everybody else at the bottom, the commoners, they're just doing what they want to do at the bottom of the mountain. But you have to be that person that says, you know what, God, I believe you, and so I'm willing to deal with the pressure. I'm willing to deal with the rejection. I'm willing to deal with the fear. It does not feel good. It is tormenting. But you know what? You have brought me through far worse. You have brought me through far worse. So you know what? I trust you. So Mr. Insecure, you don't sit there and roll out the red carpet to make things easier for him, because he's going to be insecure even in the relationship. You will find that guys like that, even if they crush on you outside of a relationship, they can be insecure outside of the relationship. They get frustrated if they see you talking to a guy. If they see anything, they are relatively insecure. Number 3, the controller. The guy who is just passionately controlling, determined to control every aspect of your being. These type of guys don't typically come in and show you their controlling ways, but you will see undertones of control. I immediately think about an ex of mine that and this is the guy, this was Mr. Kidnapper. I've told that story before, but the guy that decided that he was going to kidnap me. He shows signs in the beginning, because first and foremost, he was moving too fast in the relationship. Secondly, one of the red flags was he started complaining about my clothes. It started off as a little joke, and then it kind of grew up from there. And then the third sign that I saw was one particular time I told you guys that we went and met one of his. He went over to he shot by to see one of his friends, and I ran into he ran into his friend's girlfriend, the baby mom or what have you. And I was talking about how she was beautiful, and I was looking at her like, why she dressed like a farmer? Why she dressed so raggedy or what have you? And when me and him got back to his place, he started talking about, oh, she was just like you. She used to like to dress in that little skimpy stuff. But my boy, he got her straight. Soon as she got pregnant, he let her know that, she was going to have to change her clothes, and he was going to break it off with her. And so that's what got her to change her clothes. And I was like, wait, hold up. So he went, got her pregnant. Thank you, Victoria. God bless you. He got her pregnant. And then I told him I would have been a single mom. I told him just like that. And that ticked him off, because what he did not like was, when you're dealing with a controller, they do not like confidence. They hate it. They feel like I got to tame you, I got to break you. And I immediately think about my grandma's boyfriend. And I hate to say that, but my grandma left my granddad for his best friend. Now, my grandma and granddad had a 20-year age difference, and I got a theory that my granddad got with my grandmother while he was married. There's no evidence to support that. It's just based on some of the things that I've seen. Me doing research on my family or what have you. I suspect because my granddad had been married before he was married. He had 2 children with his first wife. And back in that day, they just did not divorce. They didn't believe in divorce or anything like that. My grandmother, on the other hand, word was that, she was wilding out. She's this beautiful young woman or what have you. And she was just pretty much out of control. So that's my theory, is that she came in contact with my granddad. My granddad was he's an alpha male. I don't know his personality. I remember a lot of things about him, but I don't know if he was a narc. But what I do know is that one of my aunts suggested that he was relatively abusive. So he was 20 years older than my grandmother. My grandma's a young, beautiful woman. And my granddad gets with my grandmother, what have you. But when my granddad gets old, because my granddad was an alpha male, he believed in taking care of the house. He believed in, she sat at home. He took care of her. I can say that. He took care of her. He took care of the house. They had 7 children together. But when he got old, he started having the signs of dementia. And when he started showing those signs of dementia, I think that was the time my grandma saw an opportunity to escape. And what was in her bloodline started to come out or what have you. And so she ended up leaving, but she left him for a friend of his. The way that she got out of the relationship, this friend of his used to live behind him. And my granddad had this relatively big house. A friend had this small house that was kind of behind my granddad. It was almost like, I'm wondering if it was a guest house, but it couldn't have been. But it was a small house kind of behind. But so she was best friends with the man's wife. She was best friends with his wife, and the man was best friends with my granddad. But what ended up happening was the wife passed away. And so she started telling my granddad, hey, I'm going there to check on him. So she would go over there for hours at a time, which kind of makes me wonder whether or not my granddad was as insecure as they say he was, because I don't know any man that would be okay with his wife going over to a man's house to comfort him. So she would go over there, and I was 5 years old at the time. I remember some shreds of that, but she would go over there. And then one time she came up missing. What have you? They would call the cops and everything. The guy wouldn't let him in. They called the cops and say, hey, listen, she's missing. And I was a kid, and I remember they finally found her at the guy's house. They finally found her. They sent the cops over there, and the cops went there, and, he presented my grandmother, and she was like, I'm fine. She said, I don't want to have anything to do with him. And this is when she was breaking up with my granddad to be with this guy. And so she even said, hey, I don't want to see my children. I don't want to have anything to do with my children. And my mom, that traumatized her. So I remember her saying that, she was outside when the cops were there, and they came out and told her. She was like, no, I need to hear her say that myself. And she said she went in, and she said she couldn't believe to hear her mother saying that. So long story short, this, she ends up she stays with the guy. She leaves my granddad for this guy. They move to this really, really small town, and they become farmers or what have you. And the guy really controlled my grandmother. He was a whole Jezebel. So whether or not my granddad was a good guy or not, I don't know. I cannot say that he was a bad guy. I can't say that he left his wife for my grandmother. I don't know. But what I can say is that the other guy was a nightmare, because what he did was my granddad kept my grandmother. My granddad was into, like he was the man, and he liked his wife to be feminine. So he made sure her hair was done. She had all these shift rolls full of clothes. He made sure he bought her stuff. But this particular guy, he was so insecure that he had her wearing, every time we went to visit her after they my mom and my grandma reconciled, she was wearing the same outfit every time you went to see her. She was wearing a white t-shirt and some black church pants, men's pants. She was wearing a white t-shirt and some men's pants, and she had her hair in a bunch of plaits. And I remember my mom used to go there, and my auntie, we used to go there like every other month or what have you. And I remember they would scratch her head. I remember that they would have to scratch, because her hair would be so full of dandruff. And that was, in the South, that was a bonding time. But I remember they would have to scratch her head. But he would not let her get dressed up. She had to wear his clothes because she was a beautiful woman. She had to wear his clothes. She could not go much of anywhere because he was so insecure. See, you got to understand, when you leave one man for the next man, that the other man has a right to be insecure, right? But he doesn't have a right to control you. But you've already shown him that you're not trustworthy, and so he was extremely insecure. He was very controlling. No, she didn't like it, but she was just very scared. She was very passive, extremely passive. So she was the Ahab type, and he was a Jezebel. So he controlled and dominated her. He had her slopping and killing, like they had this pig farm. And I remember that the stench of that place. I remember going there, and I remember he had even started controlling her with the fear of ghosts. I remember when we used to go there, she used to be, be talking about ghosts on the land, talking about there was wealth on the land, and there was gold, and people died on that land. I remember something about slaves and stuff like that. And I remember them saying that that was this one spot where they knew it was gold. And anytime you go there, the ghost. So he had my grandmother terrified of ghosts. He controlled the crap out of her, and he was abusive as well. So the controller, you look for signs of control. This is why you don't let somebody rush you into a relationship. You don't let somebody rush you into a soul tie, because you can find yourself in a relationship with a controller, and the controller, it's not easy to break up with them. Right? He made her paranoid. He went against her mental health big time. He made sure, because she was already the type of woman that, I don't want to say she was weak minded. She was so she didn't learn to drive. She never learned to read. She was totally reliant on other people. And he took full advantage of that. He wanted to make sure that she would not be with anybody else. He wanted to make sure she didn't leave him for anybody else. So he would abuse her, and he used mind control to keep her at bay. He used mind control. He was like, if you leave this property, if you do this, them ghosts, them ghosts, them ghosts, them ghosts. And she believed that. So I remember going to visit her, and they would talk about all these ghosts, and she had all these ghost stories, like weird things happening in the house and stuff like that. But I think that he was behind a lot of that stuff. But yeah, he had her dressing like a male, and not only that, she had to slop pigs with him, because he decided to be a pig farmer. So she had to slop pigs. She had to be out there wrestling with pigs and cutting their throats and stuff like this. And this was a woman of woman. This was a womanly woman. And all of a sudden now she's out there with plaits in her head slopping pigs, and she can't even do anything to her hair. She can't even pick up a comb without him being insecure. So every time we went to visit her, my mother, even, we used to go there. Sometimes it would be my mom, and sometimes my aunts would come, or what have you, and my uncles. But I remember every time we went there, I remember that was the thing I remember the most, is her sitting down with my mom or my auntie scratching her head out. And I remember her head would be full of dandruff. It would be full of dandruff. But they would scratch her head. Number 3 was the controller. Number 4, the narc. That's the narcissist. The narc. This is Mr. Insecure himself, the narcissist. And, we can go back to the controller. That's going to be your narc. But this is the love bombing dude. He wants to move really fast in relationships. He doesn't want to take his time. As a matter of fact, there's just something special about you that makes him want to go ahead and move a little bit faster. He falls in love relatively fast. Not only does he fall in love relatively fast, but he wants to make sure that he secures you. He begins to cut away at the people in your life. He starts complaining. So typically when you're dealing with a narcissist, they have a strategy. One of the things that they do is, first, they're going to build a soul tie with you. And that's going to be through love bombing. I'm falling in love with you. I can't stop thinking about you. Do you want to hang out today? They want to keep getting around you. It's like every single moment of the day, they want to be around you. They want to hang out with you. And it can feel like the guy is genuinely interested. Like, wow, I can't believe this guy he want to be with me today. We were just hanging out yesterday. He wants to be with me every day. But then he's going to start complaining about the people around you, because they're very strategic. They got to create a love drought so that they can convince you that what they're giving you is love. So if you got a best friend, if she has any shred of confidence, they got to get rid of her. Your parents, they're going to try to devalue the voice of your parents. If you got a church, anybody that can influence you, anybody that can open your eyes, they're going to strategically either get you to remove those people, or they're going to get you to devalue, dishonor, and discredit those people. So what they'll do is if they get you to devalue the person, like they'll start saying stuff like, your best friend don't like me. Why your friend don't like me? I don't get why your friend don't like me. When I went to your church, okay, I don't feel like your friend likes me. Why doesn't your pastor like me? I don't get it. So they're strategically beginning to put all of these seeds in your mind so that they can remove all of these people from your life. And that way they can convince you that they love you. Thank you, the Lord's, God bless you. They can convince you that they love you, and there's nobody there that can tell you that that's not love. There's nobody there that you can talk to. They're very intentional. They don't mind you being around the broken, messed up people, and they will try to surround you with their own family, their own friends, but they don't want you around the people who love you. They're very careful. In that part, somebody said, when does that start? It happens, it starts kind of early, and it depends on how fast the relationship goes. So when you're dealing with the narc is going to try to move relatively fast. Within a week, they're already trying to get you to say, I love you, or I'm in love with you. They're going to say that to you relatively fast, or I don't know what's happening, I'm really feeling you, or what have you. So they start getting a whole lot of emotions involved pretty fast, or what have you. And if you give in to that, if you start saying, I'm feeling you, once they start seeing the soul ties, that's when they start making demands. They don't make demands until they see that the soul tie is forming and they have some type of grip on you. Once they feel like they have a grip on you, this is why they try to get you in the bed fast. Because if they can get you in the bed, that soul tie is going to be pretty much solidified. And that's when they can start making demands. They can start saying, I don't know if I'm comfortable. I mean, I don't want to seem insecure, but your friend, I don't feel like she likes me. What's her deal? What's her deal? And they'll get you to start giving them the 411 on your friend. Or if you got a parent that doesn't like them, they'll say, um, I feel bad because I always wanted my mother-in-law to like me. I've always wanted that in my life, or what have you. And then you go to talking about your mom, and then you go give them something negative about your mom, and that's when they'll utilize that to say, I know that's your mom, but yeah, the stuff that you told me about her, it makes it difficult for me to like your mother, what have you. But in short, they're going to try to remove people from your life. They're going to start, it's a strategy. They're going to start removing people from your life or devaluing those people. Because at the end of the day, if I'm your friend, for example, and you start devaluing me, you start discrediting me, I'm going to end the relationship. I'm going to end my friendship with you, because I'm not about to become the sacrifice on your altar. And the narc knows that. The narc knows that most people are going to see what you're doing, and they're going to start pulling away from you. Number 5, the fearful dude. And you can go back to Mr. Insecure. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. The fearful dude. He's afraid of everything. He's afraid of taking any type of risk in life. He's afraid of failure. He's fearful. He's fearful. He's afraid of a challenge. He's afraid of just about anything, making a change to his life, making a change to his mindset, getting rid of toxic people. He's not a person of change. He is comfortable. And I should have just said Mr. Comfortable. He's comfortable where he is. You can't get him to change, even though you can sit there and point out 10 different things that's wrong with his life. And one of the things I have to say about that is women like to get in relationships with these guys and point out what's wrong with them. And then you start trying to find other people to help you, to try to get the dude to change or what have you. If you get in a relationship or you start dating somebody and you're already feeling like you got to find people to help you to get that person to change, he's not the one. It's not to say that the people are going to be perfect. Thank you, Sister Shivani. God bless you. God bless you, sis. But it's not to say that the guy's going to be perfect. It's not to say that you're not going to see issues. But if you come across issues that are deal breakers and a person is doing nothing about it, for example, if he happens to be, he got a controlling baby mama. He got a baby mama. She controls him. She dogs him or what have you. He just kind of let her. She'd be like, I need money for this. Or she pop up and you like, hey, you need to put some boundaries. He's like, man, listen, the girl crazy. Ain't nobody got time for that. That is a red flag. That's not going to be somebody that's going to be of any, he's going to take your peace away in a relationship because he's going to be dominated by other people. He's going to be dominated by other people. So the fearful dude. Number 6, Mr. Bitter. Mr. Bitter. And you can put in parentheses the professional ex. Mr. Bitter. Put in parentheses the professional ex. This dude is always getting dumped. He's always at the end of a relationship, he's really upset. He's always talking about women, these women. And you can tell when a man is bitter because he used generalization. You can tell, for example, he will start talking about, yeah, baby, and he say all these little nice things. He give you pet names or what have you. But whenever he gets angry or whenever he is triggered, he will use generalizing statements. He'll start saying, y'all women don't care because y'all women this, y'all women that, y'all women. Generalization is one of the greatest signs that a person is dealing with trauma. They have a lot of unresolved trauma. A lot of unresolved trauma, generalization. So you want to be careful whenever you come across a man that is pointing the fingers at everybody else. Mr. Bitter, this is a professional ex. He's always talking about, you know, yeah, my ex-girlfriend, she tried that stuff with me, and like I tried to tell her, oh, what have you. So Mr. Bitter. Number 7, and I'm going to spend a little bit of time here because I want to make sure I get some clarity. Number 7, y'all ready? Make sure you like and share. The feminine guy. The feminine guy. Now, when I say feminine, I'm not talking about, he's saying, hey, that's the fruit. This right here is the fruit of what's going on here. How we move out here has everything to do with what's going on in our minds, what's going on in our hearts. But when I say feminine, because that can be residue, obviously, you want to make sure that if there's anything like that, you want to make sure he's gone through his deliverance and you let God deal with that residue. But when I say feminine guy, I'm talking about a state of mind. I'm talking about a belief system that a man has. For example, a feminine guy believes in 50-50. A godly man does not believe in 50-50. I don't care what nobody say, and I don't care who come in my comment section and get mad. There is no good godly man who believes in the whole concept of 50-50. You pay 50% of the rent, and I pay 50% of the rent. You do 50% of this, and I do 50%. That ain't good, and that ain't godly. That's that new foolishness that's coming because of fatherlessness in the United States of America. Y'all out here forming partnerships with dudes when the Bible says that a woman is a weaker vessel. And anytime you see a partnership like that, it's going to always be 70-30 or 80-20. It always, because a woman by default does more. The woman by default is going to take care of the house. The woman by default is going to be taking care of the children. The woman by default is going to be making sure that you're fed. The woman by default is going to be doing a lot of the other things. So if she got to go out there and work a job and pay 50% of the bills, then still do stuff around the house, you're looking at 70-30 or 80-20. You're looking at 70. That's a feminine guy. There's no good godly man that can watch you carrying a 50-pound bag of dog food and just sit there. There's no good godly man that can see you. I don't care how burly of a woman you are or how masculine you are. No good godly man can watch you carry a case of water and he just be like, you got it? No. And I can see it Instacart. Because I do a lot of my ordering on Instacart nowadays. I don't feel like going to the store. You know what I tell you. And I've had feminine guys come out to my house, and I've had masculine guys come out to my house. The feminine guys, because I always go to the car to kind of try to help out or what have you. And I'm gonna grab, because I'm used to grabbing heavy stuff. The feminine guys, a lot of times they'll grab the lighter stuff, and they will sit there and watch, and they be like, "You got it? Yeah, I got it." The masculine ones are like this. They be like, put that down. I got it. You grab that bread. If you want to grab anything, grab that bread and just grab those bags right there. A feminine guy believes that you are stronger than him. He believes your strength is equal. Even though the Bible says that the woman is the weaker vessel, he believes that you're equal. So he will let you do a lot of the work. He will watch you carry stuff. He will say 50-50. He will be extremely emotional. You can't even be in the house. It's almost like he got a period. You sit up in the house like, what's wrong with you today? He's unstable in his emotions or what have you. He's the one that be like, open the door. You can open the door for yourself. Trying to open the door for you. I open the door for yourself, shoot. You open the door for me. And you gotta hear this. The Bible speaks against femininity in men. So I'm not coming up with something that I'm saying this is my opinion. The Bible speaks against femininity in men. Okay, gotta get the scripture out. I felt it. Somebody like, where? Give a second. Second. Scriptures about femininity. Okay, let me put it in men. Because it's coming up with other scriptures. First Corinthians 6:9. This is English Standard Version. Or do you not know that the unrighteous will not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived. Neither the sexually immoral, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor men who practice homosexuality. And let me see, it was one. Okay, give me a second. Let me find the one that specifically talks about, because it's not just homosexuality, but it's dealing with a mindset, effeminate. Effeminate, meaning the man is not taking his role as a husband. Give me a second. KJV. All right. See, I should have had this together. If I known I was going to preach that, I should have had this together. Let me go another route. Effeminate men scriptures. Hey, you don't have a search already formed for that. Give me a second. All right. Okay, I know what it is. Here we go, right here. I know what I'm looking for. Here we go. I didn't read it in its entirety. Know ye not that the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of God? Be not deceived, neither fornicators, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor effeminate, nor abusers of themselves with mankind. Nor effeminate. It's dealing with a mindset. It's dealing with a heart condition. It's dealing with a belief system, meaning the man is not assuming his role, the role that God has given him. Effeminate. It is not a good, godly thing. And again, I'm not talking about a man who wears pink and switches. That is going to be fruit. That is a sign that he's effeminate. But it's a belief system, because you can have a man who's masculine on the outside. As a matter of fact, most of the times when you see toxic masculinity, you're dealing with an effeminate man. When you see toxic masculinity, in most cases, you are dealing with an effeminate man. He has an effeminate belief system. And so consequently, this is where you start seeing guys like Kevin Samuels that come out and they're effeminate. They have all of these complaints and gripes against a woman, not realizing that the man is the head of the home. Not realizing that they set the tone of the house. And I've told you a story before that my sister she was seeing this guy, and this is back in the day. She was seeing this guy, and I think I was going through a divorce. I was living back at my mom's house or what have you. And I had my huskies. I had 2 Siberian huskies, and I had them in the backyard. And I was outside about to take one of them for a walk. Thank you, Sister Tisha. God bless you. But I was about to take one of them for a walk, and it turned out this guy happened to see me. He came over there with my sister. The boyfriend my sister had, a guy my sister was dating. He came over there, or he bought the guy over there. He happened to see me. He was like, "Hey, who was that?" She's like, "That's my sister." And he's like, "Hook me up." And my sister knew him. She knew that he was married. Thank you, Sister Katrina. God bless you. She knows how I feel about married men, trying to come on to, acting like they're single. So he was like, hook me up. And she was like, hey, she don't go after married men. She gonna this and she gonna that. And he was like, he called her a hater. And so she came to the backyard. She kept trying to. She's like, listen, you don't want that. You trust me. You're not gonna like how she responds. So she came to the backyard. She saw me back there trying to hook my dog up to take him for a walk. And she was like, hey, I told the guy what have you. But yeah, he got a wife or what have you. And I was like, it is what it is. So he came to the backyard and he was like, hey, um, he was like, how you doing? Or what have you? But he asked me on a date. And I told him, I said, sure. I said, you gonna bring your wife? And he was like, it's not working out between me and her. And I told him, and in so many words, I don't remember the exact wording, but the gist of it was I let him know, if I owned a company and you didn't know how to head that company up, but instead you ran it in the ground because you the boss, you the head of that company, and you failed at it, why would I turn around and make you the head of another company? In other words, if you can't be a husband to the wife that you have, if you can't run your household properly, why would I turn around and elect you to be my husband? Why would I elect you to be my husband? That is a lot of times effeminacy. That has everything to do with the way a man believes or what a man thinks. Most households will be saved if everybody walks and operates in their role. But in order for you to operate in your role, you have to be fully submitted and surrendered to God. And this, it's not just you got to be submitted to him as a Christian just one time, this religious stuff. I'm talking about you have to be fully submitted and surrendered to God. You got to be prayerful every day. You got to ask God, Lord, you know what, I'm in this situation and I don't know how to get out of it. My wife getting on my nerves right now. I feel like this, I feel like that. Because a man becoming effeminate is not something that, because a lot of times a guy can say, well, that's not me, I'm a masculine male, but you can become effeminate over time. Women make their men effeminate. Thank you, Sister Natisha. God bless you. Ladies, sometimes, because it's possible to have a guy who believes in walking in his role, but you keep on insisting on being his mama. You keep on insisting, no, no, I got it. I'm gonna pay 50% of the bills. No, I got it. I'm gonna do this. No, I got it. No, I got it. Or what have you. And it ends up, he starts expecting that. He starts expecting that. So you have to be very mindful. And it just, before I go on, it just remember, it reminds me of this event that I had. I was married and living in Germany, and it's a funny story, but I was married and living in Germany, and he would work, and every day when he would come home, I would always have the food ready, or it would be almost ready. So I would be cooking, and this one particular, and what I would do is I would cook, and I would put, like when he would come in, because I was still a newlywed at the time, what have you, I would make sure I put his plate at the head of the table, and I would put his drink or what have you there. And one particular time, I got mad at him about something. I don't remember what I was mad at him about, but I had been mad at him the night before. I was still mad at him and what have you. But I still made it a point to fix his plate. But I used to fix his plate and I would pour his juice. And it wasn't something that he required, but it was something that I was doing as a courtesy. It was just something I was doing because I was trying to be the super wife or what have you. And this particular day, I fixed his plate. And I put my plate at the other end of the table, like as always. And I went and I got the juice, but I poured myself my juice and I put the juice next to him. I pushed it down there where he was. Bro, man got so mad because I would not pour his juice. Dude got so mad that he wouldn't even eat. I had this big old meal. If I'm thinking it was like smothered steak and rice, I don't remember what it was. But he got mad because I would not pour his juice. He was like, "You're not going to pour my juice?" I was like, "No, you can pour your own juice." He stared at me for a minute. Then he pushed himself back from the table, got up and stormed out the room. Went, ate an apple. Would not eat because you can set the stage for that type of behavior. So this is what I did. I said, I'm not doing it no more. Because after that, and I didn't do it anymore. I told him, I said, after we called ourselves talking about it, I said, from this point on, when you come home, you need to fix your own plate and pour your own juice. Because I don't want to set the stage for that, because it takes a degree of maturity. But I'm saying you don't want to assume roles that you don't need to assume, because it can create an expectation around that role. So one of the things I did, I was like, okay, I saw that was not good, and I said, okay, no, from this point on, the food is in there. I don't mind fixing your plate from time to time, but it cannot be expected. I'm not pouring your juice. You're gonna pour your own juice. And that's what I did. From that point on, I did not pour his juice. He would look at me like, "You're not going to pour it." I'm like, "No, I'm not pouring your juice. You're going to pour your own juice," because that was setting the stage for him to become relatively effeminate. That was setting the stage for him to start thinking that, okay, you're supposed to do that. And one of the things about being effeminate is pretty much acting like a mama's boy, acting like, you are relying on the female for some things. So that is one of them. Number 7 was the feminine guy. Number 8, the couch guy. You can put in parentheses, sugar baby, the couch guy. This is the guy who looks for females to provide. He's looking for a provider. You looking for a man, and he looking for a man too. Or he looking for a mama. This is the couch guy. This is the guy that doesn't want to work. He is professionally fired all the time. You look up, he fired or he quit. He had to quit because somebody said something to him. Somebody done something to him. So he's always quitting his jobs. He likes to sit on the couch and play video games. He doesn't really want to do much of anything. All he wants to do is let you take care of him. This is the guy that likes to nickname you mommy or mama. Come on, mama. Mama, what you cooking up in there, mama? Mama. Or you coming home from work. This is the guy that be playing a video game and call you. Hey, mom, you on the way? All right, you stop and give me something to eat. The couch guy. This is the guy that doesn't want to be a guy. This is the guy that doesn't want his role as a guy. Instead, he wants to be a child. He wants to be a child. He wants to sit there and he wants to have a female to take care of him. And this guy, believe it or not, y'all, okay. Couch guy in many cases is not going to cheat on you. That's a plus. But he ain't going to work either. He can't cheat because he don't go nowhere. He going to be at home all the time playing the video game. He going to be at home all the time playing the video game. So you never got to worry about him cheating, but you ain't got to worry about him getting a job either. You're going to be the provider of the household. And every time you look up, he's going to have 1,001 excuses as to why he can't work. He's going to have 1,001 excuses as to why he can't get off that couch. I did go job hunting today. Come on. This is the guy that will blow up if you accidentally, like, he doesn't want you to touch his game. If you accidentally destroy one of his characters, you make him crash on the game or something happen, he will blow the heck up. That's couch guy. That's couch guy. That's couch guy. Right, Mr. Potato Head. That's couch guy. That's the one that doesn't want to move. He just wants to sit there. If you complain about him playing a video game, he like, I'm here. At least I ain't out in these streets cheating, but you ain't out in these streets working either. The couch guy. Number 9, the woke guy. The woke guy. This is the dashiki wearing, you got to think with your head, always putting his head up. So this is the guy that likes to cross that leg. You know how the guy cross of the legs, you know how they cross the leg. I can't show you, but they like to cross their legs a certain way. When you're talking, they like, no, keep going. Keep going. Because I want to educate you. I want to educate you. Matter of fact, do I have that written down? He is one of Leviathan's children. He is one of Leviathan's children, not children's. He's one of Leviathan's children. That's one of Leviathan's children. That just makes me think of something that happened. And I said, this is the woke guy. Okay. I don't want to lose where I was. Thank you, Sister Willeen. God bless you. God bless you. Some of my mentees were in town and we went out to eat. And the funny thing that happened was the shopping center that we went out to eat in, and this is about 3 weeks ago, the shopping center we went out to eat at had a gym attached to it. It had a gym attached to it. And when I was pulling up, I was trying to find somewhere to park. Or as I was parking, I saw this guy, really good looking guy coming out of the gym. And, he had muscles. He just walking or what have you. You could tell he was cocky. And the first thing, y'all, my mind sometimes, I just laugh at myself. The first thing that came out of my head, the first thought I had, well, Leviathan got some pretty children. He got some good looking. Leviathan is the demon behind pride. That's the demon behind pride. So I'm just like, Leviathan got some good looking children. He got some nice outfits. And he got some really nice outfits like you. And I'm not saying because the guy was in the gym, because being in the gym doesn't mean you have Leviathan. I'm talking about you can see the pride in the way he was walking and all of that. You can see the pride in the way he had his head. I'm like, Leviathan got some pretty children. Then I bust out laughing at myself in the car. I just started laughing. I said, Leviathan got some really good looking children, but the woke guy, that's one of Leviathan's children, the woke guy. He feels like he's educated about everything. The dude ain't went to the Bible for none of his information. Everything that he got from somebody else telling him, and somebody saying, hey, watch this. I'm about to blow your mind. You hear me, brother? Okay. And then you got somebody that's twisting the scriptures and what have you. And so for him, thank you, Sister Rachel. God bless you. For him, it's all about proving himself to be right. Because when you're dealing with religious people, they don't want to be righteous, they want to be right. When you're dealing with religious people, thank you, Sister Kara, God bless you. That they don't want to be righteous, they just want to be right. Thank you, Sister Rachel, God bless you. Thank you for the seed. They don't want to be righteous, they want to be right. So they're more obsessed with being right. So they practice, how to twist the scriptures. They practice how to combat you or what have you. They practice or what have you. And a lot of times, they got to stiffen their neck. And it's funny how whenever a spirit gets in, the Bible talks about people being stiff-necked. But a lot of times when you come across Leviathan children, a lot of times they do. You can see it in their way that they move. Maybe it's the deliverance minister in me, but you can see, the way that they hold themselves up or what have you. You can almost see Leviathan just sitting up in there. But that's the woke guy. The woke guy, right? He's into new age. He mixes Christianity with other things. He's the woke guy. He's the one that feels like everybody's asleep. He's the one that feels like the church don't know what they're talking about. He feels like he's knowledgeable. This is the guy, if you invite him to church. I had an old friend that this happened. She ended up trying to date Leviathan. And I'm telling you, this guy seemed so perfectly suited for her that even I was convinced she had come across her husband. And boy, was I celebrating, because I was like, he seemed, and I never physically met him. It was just based on what she told me. And, she sent me pictures. He was a good looking guy. He was in ministry. He loved the Lord. Or he apparently, he claimed to love the Lord or what have you. He was leading in ministry. He was trying to start. So what ended up happening was she found out he was in some type of false religion. And I don't remember, but the religion that he was in, he believed that we were saved by works or what have you. And so he was in some type of false religion. Not only was he in it, but he was building it. He was, one of the progenitors or what have you. And he believed that we were saved by works. Like you had to be perfect. You had to be perfect to get into heaven or what have you. And she ended up going to one of their meetings or what have you. And she was like, sis, so she started telling me some of the stuff I was like, yeah. And you don't want to be that friend that tells somebody who genuinely believes that they met the one, who's been excited, the person you were excited with, that, yeah, I don't think that's him, sis. I think you need to run. So I was like, yeah, you just need to be prayerful, sis, because you just keep your eyes peeled, because this is not a good sign. But he ended up going to her church with her one time. He went to her church, and she said he sat there. And a lot of times when you're dealing with Leviathan, when you're dealing with prideful men, the woke guy, a lot of times when he comes to church with you, he will do this right here. And this is almost a physical sign of saying, I'm guarding my heart, meaning I don't want what your pastor's preaching. Because right here, this is disrespectful in church. This is disrespectful. Like if I'm having a conversation with you and you're doing this right here, this is disrespectful. It's body language. So he went to church, and I think she said his arms were crossed the whole time and what have you. And she introduced him to her pastor, all that. But then he turned around after church, and when they got on the phone or something like that, he told her, I would preach circles around your pastor. And I was like, I would have been like, okay, well, it was really nice knowing you. But that's Leviathan's child. You got to let Leviathan's children go. You ain't going to get through them. I'm sorry. If you want to go to hell while on earth, marry one of Leviathan's children. Number 10, Mr. Perv. Mr. Pervy man. The sex addict. The one who can't stop staring at your body parts. The one who can't stop talking about sex. The one when you're having a conversation with him, his eyes kind of be down here at your breast, and he kind of come back up to your eyes. The one when you turn around and walk off, he kind of looks down. This is the one that always want to hug, and when you hug him, you find out that he's, he gets aroused from a hug. He gets aroused from a hug. Typically, this type of person is probably going to be addicted to porn. This is going to be a person that's addicted to porn. This is going to be a person that tries to call you with Keith Sweat on in the background or whatever songs. This is going to be the person that's going to call you late at night probably. And I made jokes about it, but this is the guy that's going to play with himself over the phone. This is the guy that's going to call you and be like, what you doing? And he got some slow music on in the background and he breathing hard or what have you, Mr. Perv. This is the one that asks you what you're wearing. This is the one that's always trying to get you alone. This is the one that insists on picking you up when you say, hey, listen, I don't know you like that, so I'll kind of meet you at the restaurant. But if you let him pick you up, he always need to stop by his house first because there's something in the house that he forgot to get. Oh, I forgot to get my wallet. Oh, I forgot to get this. I forgot to get that. And then when he gets you to the house, he'd be like, come in right quick. Come in. I ain't gonna bite you. I just gotta run in here. It's cold out here, or I don't want to leave this. I don't want to leave you out in this is not the best neighborhood, or what have you. But he'll try to get you to come in the house, and then you come in the house. He'd be like, sit down, get comfortable. He's like, no, I thought we were going out to eat. So you said you were just coming in here to get your wallet. I didn't even want to get out the car. But you told me that it was a bad neighborhood. You instilled fear in me in the car. Now you got me to come out. And now I'm sitting up in the house. And now you keep on trying to, now you're telling me to sit down and take off my shoes. No, we're about to go. No, sit down or what have you. And this is the person that, is going to try to sit next to you. And then he's going to start trying to make a move on you. This is the perv. This is the perv. This is the one that's always trying to get him some. This is the perv. Number 11. You said, what a weird spirit. Right. And this is the one, just going back to the perv. I remember my little sister had talked about this guy. And this is when she was single some years ago. I remember she had talked about this guy that was in church. She called me. She was really excited about this guy. And she was like, Tiffany, I started talking to this guy. He's in church and all that. And I'm like, okay, cool. But, and she started telling me, but he does the weirdest thing. She said, when I'm talking to him, he just be staring or something she said. But I immediately, discerned that she said he was a musician. I just remembered that. I just remembered that the dude was a musician. But he was a musician. I say that I'm laughing because the reputation that musicians have. But I asked her, she said when they're alone, she was like, he always just be staring at me. I said, let me ask you a question. I said, does he stare at you? And the whole time you're saying something, he kind of repeat. She said, oh yeah, yeah. I said, he repeats what you're saying. Like you say, I'm thinking about dyeing my hair brown. He said, dyeing your hair brown. You're like, yeah, because I was either that and get some streaks. Get some streaks. I said, oh, that's a perv. I said, that's a perv. I said, he not paying attention to you. He horny. I say, he's just repeating everything just to make himself look like he is listening, but I say he stared. So when I started talking about some of the characteristics, she was screaming on the phone. Yes, how do you know, girl? Yeah, I was like, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. Bro, man, the whole time you talking to him, you can be talking to him about a dead chicken laying in the driveway, and bro, man is turned on. He'll be like, a dead chicken, huh? Feathers all over the driveway, blood everywhere. Ain't you crazy? You crazy. I ain't gonna say that. Nope. I ain't gonna say that. I'm gonna move on. Okay, I gotta say it. I'm sorry. Typically, y'all, thank you, Sister Shavonda. God bless you. I don't know what it is. And okay, do me a favor. Because like I said, this is gonna be a fun and a funny conversation. I just have a question. Ladies, is it something about dark skinned guys who have relatively brown eyes, like chestnut brown eyes, a lot of times? And that's generalization, so forgive me. I'm just saying where I come from, that's what I remember with a lot of them. I remember when my sister sent me the picture of the guy, I was like, yeah, perv. I don't know what. Okay, okay. Yeah, okay. Y'all left me hanging out here. Y'all left me hanging out here. Y'all left me hanging. It's something about the ones, and not that's not to generalize, because it's not to say every guy that's dark skinned that has brown eyes, but I'm saying a lot of the pervs that I've come in contact with, or what have you. I mean, you got the light skinned perv, but light skinned pervs, they typically they're kind of entitled. Honestly, that's what it is. That's what it is. It's just a difference. And the light skinned guys a lot of times are relatively entitled or what have you. So they don't go through all that. The dark ones are the ones that stare at you. You know what? They stare at you and be like, a rash on your feet, huh? That's sexy. Did you even hear what I said? Hear what you said? I heard you. No, you didn't. Because bro, man, when he's doing it, I told my sister the whole time he's just there's a porno movie going on in his head. That's a porn going on in his head. So I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that. But it's just a different way that people respond. But that's what one of the things I saw. That's one of the things I saw. So don't log that in your heart, because I don't want y'all that's got these dark eyes with brown eyes to be like, Tiffany told me about the y'all or what have you. No, I'm saying some of the guys I've come in contact with that have demonstrated, not even just with me, some of my friends. Honestly, I think about my dad's best friend. The one I talked about that was a narc. He was that way. He was dark skinned and he used to do that. Just go into that little stare. It was definitely a perv. Number 11, the professional victim. It ain't never his fault, is it? The professional victim. You know, they fired him on his job because they were jealous of him. His mama kicked him out the house because her boyfriend, his baby mama broke it off with him because she was listening to her friends. This is the professional victim. It's the professional victim. But if you was to talk to his mom, you'll find out she kicked him out the house because he wouldn't get a job. And she got tired of the job, fired him because he wasn't coming to work. The baby mama broke up with him because he kept cheating. But this is the professional victim. This is the professional victim. This is the person, whenever you're talking to him, he will tell you all these stories about, stuff that women have done to him and how he's responded. He's like, you know what? These women out here ain't no good. This, that, and the other, or what have you. So understand this. Whenever you come across a person like that, you're going to fall into the category with, and this is the generalizer. This is the one that when he gets mad at you, he's gonna say y'all women. But this is the professional victim. This is the one who sees himself as a victim. He doesn't take accountability for anything. He sees himself as a victim. Number 12, Mr. Toxic Masculinity. Mr. Toxic Masculinity. Mr. Toxic Masculinity. This is the guy that feels like you need to submit. Now, the Bible says that a wife is to submit to her husband. There's nothing wrong with that. But one of the things I agree with, and I saw somebody talking about it on TikTok, and I agree wholeheartedly, a good golly man never has to demand that. Women submit naturally. I can say that, and I believe that women submit naturally when a man takes his position. I believe that. It's like, I think about God gave us dominion over animals. And, it's not to say that we're animals, but it's just an example, guys, for the extreme feminists who are looking to accuse all the time. But there is a dog that's in my neighborhood. There are some new neighbors. They've been out here for probably about 4 months, 5 months, maybe even 6 months, or what have you. And we've had a massive problem with their dog getting loose. They got this big dog. He's mixed with pit and maybe blue tick. I don't know what else he's mixed with, but he wants to be gangster. He was relatively aggressive or what have you. He gets loose. He comes into my yard to use the bathroom, to mark everything or what have you. He lives behind my house on the other side or what have you. So when I come outside, he barks at me. He starts acting like he's going to approach me. Nevertheless, I'm protecting my dog. I don't want his crap all over my yard. So I walk in my authority. So I go after the dog. I start going toward him. And I'm like, go. And he will act like he's coming toward me. And then as I'm getting closer, he'll take off. But he'll get so far up and turn around and start barking again. But he'll get so far up and he'll start barking again. I walk in my authority and I chase him back into the other yard. Now, when I turn around, sometimes he'll try to run up behind me. But then I turn back around and then I'm coming back after him or what have you. Listen, y'all, I threw sticks, not to hit the dog, but to scare him. I threw sticks, and every time he'll attack the stick. I'm an animal lover, so I didn't throw it to hit the dog. So for those of you who say, oh my God, I can't believe it. No, this is an aggressive dog. I'm going to protect my dog. But I threw sticks to scare the dog. And the dog always attacks the sticks. He will because I always throw it like to the right of him or what have you. And he'll attack the stick and then just look at me to let me know like, this is what I'll do to you. But toxic masculinity. The dog submits naturally because I walk in my dominion. Even though he's aggressive, he's barking, he got this big bark or what have you, he submits naturally. Now, he chased my neighbor's child the other day. When I pulled up, I saw him I saw the neighbor's child, he's about 11 years old, standing on top of the car. And my neighbor was outside, and yeah, she was outside. She was going off. She was like, they were about to shoot the dog because they saw the little boy on top of the car, and the dog was down there barking. But when the dog saw me, when I got out the car and I came around, the dog took off running because I walk in my authority. So I'm saying that to say that it's no need for a man to demand a woman to submit, because by nature we submit. And I am a living witness to that. As strong as I am, as independent as I can be, I've I've been married to a masculine guy. Y'all know my testimony. Back in my silly days, I was married 2 times. I was married to a masculine guy the first time who walked in his authority. As crazy as he was alpha male. And I was married to somebody who chose to be passive. And one thing I learned, I don't care how hard headed I could be, how fussy I could be, bro, man, and I've submitted naturally. I submit, even though he was a mess, I submitted naturally because there was no other option. There was no other alternative. It was either leave. I submitted naturally, not to the abuser. I didn't submit to the abuser. I fought the abuser, but naturally, he was like, "No, we're not doing that." No, Tiff, nope. I submitted naturally. So there is never a time when a man has to demand that a woman submit. Now, I know some guys can say, well, what about women with Jezebel spirits? That's because, and men can have Jezebel spirits, obviously, but that's because if you come across a woman with a Jezebel spirit, you give her an alternative. It's very similar to what I do in business. In the world of business, a lot of times people come and they're being demanding, they're being condescending. I work with Jezebel plenty of time, but I give Jezebel a choice. I give Jezebel a choice. Get your emotions under control and let's finish this transaction or go away. It's one or the other. There is no option. I'm not a slave to money. So when I'm working with Jezebel, I got prices and I got penalties. So when I need a revision. You get one free revision and you've already used it, so you have to upgrade. Oh, I'm not about, yes, ma'am, you have to upgrade. There is no option there. I've had Jezebel to scream. I've been cussed out. I went through all of it, but I stand my ground. I walk in my authority. So Jezebel has no choice but to submit or get the heck out. She has no choice. And when I say she, I'm talking about males and females. I'm just using the term Jezebel, so I use that. But Jezebel has no choice but to submit. If you come across a female who has a Jezebel spirit, which you shouldn't marry her anyhow, that indicates that you have an Ahab spirit if you are attracted to Jezebel. But if you come across a woman who has a Jezebel spirit, if a man walks in his authority, meaning he's not afraid to lose her, because Jezebel plays on the fact that you are afraid. Demons like to take people and hold them over your head. Demons like to get people and dangle them. They like to get you in a soul tie with a person, get you crazy about the person, get you to idolize that person, get you to have children with that person, get you. But then once they get you to that space, that person start acting crazy and they start acting like they don't care about the relationship. Call Jezebel's bluff. It works every time. Because you're giving that female a choice in a moment because she's in full control. Right. I don't care if she got a demon, She's in full control. You're giving her a choice in that hour. Either we can do it the right way. You're not gonna say it. I'll give you an example. A woman that sits back and says, that's my ex-boyfriend. And if I want to talk to my ex-boyfriend, I can talk to my ex-boyfriend. You are Ahab if you accept that. If you're dealing with that, you're an Ahab. She's turned you into an Ahab. That demon is holding you over her head or holding her over your head. Your best out is to look at her and tell her your ex-boyfriend can have you. I'm not doing this. Because right then and there, you're giving her an ultimatum. Either you can give in to the temptation of that demon, or we can walk away from this altogether. She will submit. Women will submit naturally, which will cause her in that moment to realize that there's something wrong. And I don't want, because she's going to realize something is wrong and I need to get some type of help. Something is wrong because this is tormenting me. Something is wrong. Women submit naturally. But anytime you come across a woman or a male who has a Jezebel spirit, it's typically because of trauma in the background and they feel the need to be in control. Please don't think that I don't have to deal with Jezebel on a regular basis. Anytime you're having anything dealing with ministry, you're going to have to deal with people who feel the need to control you. Thank you, Sister Shavonda. God bless you. People who feel the need to control you. But I walk in my authority. I walk in my authority, meaning I'm sitting there and I'm saying, hey, listen, at the end of the day, this was not going to happen. If I have someone in my program, they like, I'm going to quit. Bye. What am I saying? I'm not available to be your Ahab. I'm not available. I'm sorry. I'm not interested in being anybody's Ahab. Women submit naturally. So Mr. Toxic Masculinity. This is going to be a professional victim type dude. This is going to be somebody who feels like he needs to control women. This is going to be somebody who sees himself as, like it's something wrong with all these women. No, if every time you get in a relationship is with a broken woman, that is an indicator that you are a broken man and you are attracted to a certain type of woman. He who finds a wife finds a good thing and obtains favor of the Lord. And if you can't find a wife, it's because you have not yet become a husband. Y'all better share, because you got to become a husband to find a wife. But if you still going after big butts and clapping booties, if you still going after women that they have false confidence, then it's because you're probably an Ahab and you're attracted to Jezebel, because Ahab and Jezebel are married in the realm of the spirit. So if you got an Ahab spirit, you're going to naturally be attracted to Jezebel until you get delivered. You got a type. You have a type. If every time you look up, you're getting cheated on by a woman, every time you look up, chances are you don't like good women. I got to go here. And ladies, I'm coming for you tomorrow. But chances are you don't like good women. You don't like them. You come across a good woman and that she's uncomfortable to you. You don't like the safety of that type of relationship. You like to have your adrenaline heightened. So you go after the challenge. You go after the girl that likes the club. You go after Miss Narcissist. You like to go after the broken woman. Thank you, Arbitrary. God bless you. Single women in college, focus on God and in college. Don't focus on men. Always get yourself to a position where you can be the blessing. That way you attract the blessing. But Mr. Toxic Masculinity, having all of this bitterness, I've had brothers in Christ that I've had to help them to understand, like, bro, it ain't the females. Sister Tiffany, these women out here, hey, I love you. My brothers in the north. I've had brothers in Christ like, I can't do these women up north. I can't do these women up north. These women are something else. I get it. But I think it's the culture of the North. I think it's the culture. But you are acclimated to that culture as well, because if you're dealing with a bunch of trauma with women, you got to have discernment. The Bible says test the spirit. I've had brothers in Christ in the North, and they've always said the same thing to me. I got to come down there to the South or what have you. And I'm like, no, we got Jezebels and stuff like that down here too. We got some broken sisters down here. And if you're attracted to that spirit, you're going to come to the South and find you a demon with an accent. Okay. If you're attracted to that spirit, you're going to end up with a demon with a Southern accent. That's all. You got to get yourself free. You have to always become what you want in a spouse. This is not just to the men, this is to the females. You got to become what you want in a spouse. So if I want somebody that's a blessing, I have to become a blessing. All right, we're going to move on. I don't want to spend too much time here. Number 13, the reject. The reject. So the Andrew said, I think a lot of women don't feel bad for them, because a lot of times women get frustrated with those type of guys, because what they do is they'll come into a room full of good women and they will focus on that loud narcissistic girl, and she be sitting up over there talking about something, and they be sitting up there thinking that stuff is cute. They'll leave a good woman to be with that type of female or what have you. Then they be out there, these women ain't no good. It's like, yes, they are. You just have a type. You just have a type, and the type of women and so when you say these women aren't any good, what you're really talking about is I can't control or I can't tame my type. Like I want the girl with the tight dress, and I want the girl who is double minded and stuff like that. But she keep cheating on me. She keep cheating on God. What you talking about? Whatever she doing to God, she gonna do to you. Thank you, Sister Taylor. God bless you. Whatever she do to God, she gonna do to you. All right. The reject. Number 13 is the reject, and I put in parentheses Kevin Samuel's children. Kevin Samuel's children, the reject. This is the person who just feels rejected. You know, one thing, most people deal with the spirit of rejection. I get that. Most of us have had our fair share of rejection, but we got to get healed. And one thing about the reject is that the reject a lot of times feels like a victim, you know, and I guess we can put that in the category of the professional victim. But the reject a lot of times is afraid to approach. The reject, I talked about this on yesterday. The reject in many cases is afraid to approach a female, afraid to ask her out on a date. They're always afraid of rejection. And a lot of times they house a lot of bitterness because they see themselves. They feel a lot of times when you're dealing with the person who's rejected, he feels like he's a good man. He feels like I would be a blessing to your life, but you'll never know that because you out here, you shallow, you this, you that, and he don't even give you a chance. You know, he doesn't even give you a chance because for him, he feels the reject for the most part because they're afraid of rejection. They want you to approach them. They want you to roll out, or you got to make it easy. You got to roll out the red carpet. Like you have to do something to let them know it's okay to approach me. You have to do something like, you look spiffy today. You look really nice. You got some crust in your eye. And you got to make him feel comfortable enough for him to come and say, kind of always wanted to ask you on a date. Try, because they got to feel comfortable. They have to feel comfortable. And you just like, bro, listen, I'm sorry. I need you to walk past the spirit of fear because that's the only way you're going to get to a blessing. You can't get to the blessing without working. But anytime you try to do anything great or grand, anytime you try to do anything that's challenging, one of the spirits you got to walk past is fear. Because fear is there to keep everybody at bay, to keep the prisoners in prison. But this is the reject. This is the person that feels like, yeah, when you got all these good guys like me around, y'all women, y'all don't want the good guys. Y'all, yeah, the high value man. You don't want the high value man. You want this. You want the prisoner. You want that. No, you got women out here who are broken who want the prisoner. But in all our honesty, by nature, the way that God wired a woman, the way that God designed women, women like authority. We're naturally attracted to it. I don't care how masculine she is, how authoritative she is. Women like men who walk in authority. Okay, just a question. And you got to pay real close attention to the question to my sisters. How many of you, okay, just trying to see how I'm going to word this. Raise, no, because then I'm not going to have any answers. How do I? If you want a man that walks in authority, raise your hand. If you don't want a man who walks in authority, put a heart, put a heart icon. Because I love interaction because I think it teaches people. You know, it's not just me teaching, but I think that a lot of times when you see a collective voice, it teaches people. But if you like a man that walks in authority, raise your hand. If you don't want somebody to walk in authority, use a heart icon. Use a heart icon. Okay, so for 100%, it's saying authority, authority, authority. Hand raised. Okay. All right. I'm going to give you one more minute. This is a natural desire for women. It's natural. It's instinctive in women. We like authority. There is something about, so, okay, to my brothers, let me tell you something about women. Sometimes women only have one heart, but sometimes women will be intentionally, y'all, ladies, can I tell on us for a minute? Sometimes women will be intentionally scary because we don't want tell. I gotta tell. How do I tell? What's a nice professional way to tell on us? We don't make things easy for you if we know that you like us. Because what it does is by nature, we don't want the reject. It's instinctive because the reject is dangerous. Women will oftentimes make things hard. Now, some women will go ahead and roll out the red carpet if they get desperate and lonely enough or what have you. And the reject is accustomed to that. They're accustomed to women finally giving in. Thank you, Coach Letitia. God bless you. But a lot of times we don't make things easy, meaning if you keep staring at us or what have you, we see you staring, we're not going to make it easy for you. We're not going to sit there and be like, hey, we're going to sit up there and be like, we're not going to make it easy for you because we don't want that rejected mentality. We don't want that rejected mentality. What it does is it separates the men from the boys because women are attracted to the guy that walk up to us and says, I ain't scared of you. We like that. We like that. Even if we reject him and he come back around and he like, how about that date? No, I said not right now. What you scared of? No, okay. And then he don't push it. He don't dominate. He come back around and he say, you looking nice today. How about that date? Most of our grandparents' relationships started like that. Granddaddy got rejected. Granddaddy was a G. Grandpa was a G. But this toxic masculinity is nothing but femininity in disguise. Can approach me. Why is it y'all ladies, y'all feel like the man got to approach? Y'all can approach too. Why are you so fearful? Who hurt you? Women, I'm saying this because brothers, y'all listen, because I got you tomorrow. I got you tomorrow. But I want you to look at the comment section. Women by nature like men that come up to us that are authoritative. That means we don't want punk soup. We don't want nobody to come up and be like, no, we like somebody that say, you ready? You gonna let me take you out now? Nope. I'm wear you down. We like that kind of stuff. Because that guy is pursuing. That's how Granddaddy did. Granddaddy was a G. Granddaddy was a G. Granddaddy will tell you stories of how he tried to get grandma. And grandma rejected him. Grandma probably got engaged to somebody else. But granddaddy he didn't play about that. He didn't play about that. But nowadays, there's this thing where you got guys like, she hurt my feelings. And we just like, okay, God, can you send another batch? You need to send another batch. And I'm going to say this and I'm going to move on. I feel sorry for y'all millennial girls. I love y'all. But y'all going to have to hide. Y'all got to let God see your husband because I'm telling you right now, I thank God that I'm X generation because the millennial dudes, man, I ain't never seen so many feminine folks in my life. I'm not saying the entirety of males but I'm just saying, I ain't never seen so many scary men in my life. Maybe it's because I'm X generation from Mississippi. They were G's up there. I don't care. We even had the dude. You go to the club, the dude in this silk shirt. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Po Pimp, the little skinny short one. Typically, the little guy that's short got the little Mickey Mouse voice that kind of it stopped right before he got to maturity, and he wore that hat in the club, and he got that silk shirt on that he have open with the chest hairs coming out. Even if he does have any chest hair, they may be baby hairs or what have you. They come up in the club, and he's so confident. A dude come up to you smelling like a bunch of Old Spice and mixed with incense or something, and he come up to you and he go to popping on you in the club. You like, bro, back up. You like 46 years old. You're not supposed to be here. But I'm saying those guys, they didn't care. They didn't care. They didn't care. I'm telling you, they didn't care. They had one eye. They still believed that they can get you, and they were gonna come, and they weren't gonna let up. That's my generation. That's my generation. Millennial generation. Y'all guys be like, let's go on a date. Then get you on a date and tell you that they ain't ready for a relationship. I ain't never seen so much stuff like that in my life. Talking about some let's just be friends. And y'all be eating it. When we used to go fishing in Mississippi, we always understood when you catch a fish, you either keep the fish if it's big enough. If it's small, you either throw it back or you use it as bait. But it's not worth your bait. You don't lose the bait for that. You can't catch the fish and put them in an aquarium and expect them to grow. You have to understand that whenever you're dealing with somebody, that person has to have a certain level of maturity. Right? Talk about commitment. If you come across somebody that tells you, and I'm not against being friends before you date. I'm not against that at all. I'm talking about the ones that try to intentionally confuse you. And I think that's one of my notes, so I'm not going to go too deep in it. But the ones that try to intentionally confuse you and take you off the market without giving you any type of label. Y'all better know when to let these jokers go. That ain't for you. That ain't for you. That's somebody that's playing games with women. 9 times out of 10, he has a lot of females that he's doing that with. So I'm going to move on. Number 14, the mommy's boy. You can write in parentheses, teacher's pet. The mommy's boy. He talks to his mama, and it's good to have a great. Every woman wants a man that has a great relationship with his mother, unless his mother's a Jezebel, and she dominating and controlling him. But the mama's boy. This is the boy that. This is the guy who, if you cook, he's like, you don't do it as good as my mother. He talks to his mother like his mother's voice echoes in your house. It's like, dude, I'm the female of this house. We're married. I'm the woman of this house. He's like, but my mom said. My mom said you should have put more salt in it. My mom said, this is the person that's going to always run back to his mama about everything. And this is the one that's going to turn you into his mother as well. Matter of fact, with mother's boys, one of the things that their relationships typically end because of their mothers. Even, if you're married to a mother's boy, let's say, for example, if you're married to a mother's boy and let's just say his mother leaves this earth, because that's destined to happen. We never want that to happen for anybody. Their relationships are going to end typically around that time. Being a girlfriend for 30 years, the devil is a cockeyed lie. Nope. It depends on the age or what have you, and it depends on the maturity. But I think for me personally, I wouldn't go past a year, maybe 2 years. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. And you got to find that out earlier on. You got to have conversations about that. And if the guy shows you like, I don't believe in a piece of paper, I don't believe in this, you need to get yourself up out of that. The mommy's boy. You got to put teacher's pet. He's always trying to prove himself. He's always trying to win the favor of his mom. And a lot of times, mommy's boys, they have a ungodly relationship with their mothers, where they, in a sense, become their mothers. Thank you, Alex. God bless you. In a sense, they become their mother's husbands. They become their mother's husbands, and so their mothers control them. Yes, their mothers control them. So they're always doing what their moms say do or what have you, and they're always accusing you of trying to separate them from their mother when it's the other way around. All right. I had to get some water. Got hot over here. I don't know. But the mother's boy, the mommy's boy. This is the teacher's pet. This is the person who is determined to prove to his mom or any female in his life that they come before you. He's determined to prove to them that they come before you or what have you. All right, let's move on, because I got some more to read to y'all. Number 5, Ahab.
Ahab. And I'm gonna move from that because mommy's boy can fall into that category, but Ahab. Now, Ahab doesn't necessarily have to be a mommy's boy. He could be an Ahab to another female. He could be an Ahab to money. He could be an Ahab to a lot of different things, but Ahab. And you can write in parentheses Jezebel's bottom dude. This is a person who's controlled by the spirit of fear, typically fear in a person. He can be Ahab by his friends. His friends can be sitting there talking about, man, I know you ain't trying to commit to that girl. I know you ain't trying to commit to this. I know you ain't trying to commit to that. But Ahab, this is the person who is obedient to other people, doesn't know how to walk in his God-given authority. This is the person that will turn you into a Jezebel if he could. He will find somebody that to dominate him. He will find somebody to control him. If it's a baby's mom, if it's his mom, it doesn't matter. But Ahab, right? He's a do boy. Number 16, the covenant breaker. Covenant breaker. You can write in parentheses, baby daddy. This is the guy that goes out here. He has several kids by several different women. Like he makes all these covenants and all these agreements, but he never follows through with it. He never follows through with it. Now, it's not to say avoid men with children, because I know, like, for example, in my age, it's almost inevitable that the guy that I end up marrying is going to likely have children. But you have to be mindful of guys, for example, that are out here just making babies and they haven't had any type of commitment to any woman. Or if they do have a commitment, typically it doesn't last very long. That's the professional baby daddy. That's the person who, in many cases, he falls, quote unquote, in love with women and he gets really excited. And a lot of times he want to kind of lock them down, then he falls out of love. And so consequently, this is the guy that goes hard for you in the beginning. Like he really wants you. He pursues the crap out of you. He genuinely leads you to believe that you guys are going to have something special, that, that God maybe even put y'all together, what have you. And then the next thing you know, you end up having a child and there is a change in his attitude. There's a change in the way that he sees you or what have you. And he doesn't understand it. So this is the covenant breaker. The covenant breaker. He never follows through. Nick Cannon is a great example, but he never follows through with it. Every time you look up, he's getting in a relationship with another person. And he, in many cases, when you're dealing with a covenant breaker, they can be very committed. Like they really believe what they're saying. They really believe what they're saying. With 6 kids in 2 years, that child wouldn't even have my phone number. If he did, I would tell him to lose it. But they're always making all of these commitments or what have you. And these are the type of guys that they get into a relationship, you find out why they got a lot of kids. I think about an ex of mine. Now, I met him before he had any children. I met him when I was 16 years old, and I've told this story before. I met him in the mall, and I had my little sister there with me, and amazingly enough, she was, fast and funny and acting silly. I had my sister, and I think her best friend, I don't remember. But I remember we were in the mall, and we saw this guy, very good looking guy. I remember dark skin, real squinted eyes, extremely deep dimples, and really curly hair. Had in that kind of fade and the curly hair, what have you. He was dressed up and he was extremely bow legged. Good, very good looking guy. Very good looking guy. But he was a he was a thought. But he was a good looking guy. And I remember I spotted him and I said, "Ooh," I jokingly said, "I know what I want for Christmas." I said, "Ooh, I know what I want for Christmas." And my little sister looking, she like, "Ooh." So she started following up behind him. She started walking on his heels. Like he was walking through the mall. He was working at JC Penney, I remember. And he was walking through the mall, and my sister got literally up on his heels and was sucking her thumb. And he turned around. She was like, "Daddy," and I was like, "Girl, if you don't," so I'm in the mall shame or what have you. So finally, I was like, "I'm so sorry," and he was like, "It's okay." He's like, "How you doing?" I said, "I'm good." He had that real low voice, real calm. He was like, "Oh." So anyhow, somehow we end up exchanging phone numbers, and I remember probably within 2 days, he started telling me. He said, "Tiffany, I think I'm falling in love with you." Okay, it's kind of fast. That's kind of fast. He used to love to play Tevin Campbell in the background. I remember that. I remember he used to always talk every time we got on the phone. It was just talk about being in love, talk about wanting to be with me. Then he got into the discussion about wanting me to have his baby. He's like, I want you to have my baby. I want you to have my baby. Now, I ended up breaking up with this guy when I found out that he was a when I found out that he was out there. I ended up breaking up with this guy. Um, he tried to talk. I had a guy that was kind of like a best friend. Even though he was a good friend, I won't say a best friend, but he was a really good friend of mine. He was this guy that was dating my friend girl. I don't know if they had broke up, but I was always trying to hook them back up. So he used to call me or what have you. And I remember this particular guy's name. I ain't gonna say his name, but he used to call me and he was like, "Hey Tiff, didn't you say you were talking to this guy named such and such?" I was like, "Yeah." He said he tried to holler at my sister today. I was like, "What?" He was like, "That's okay." And he gave his sister the phone and right, can we talk? And that was a nasty song. I remember my dad forbade me from listening to that song, but I used to can we tell that break it down? I don't want nobody else to hear the sound. He used to love to play that in the background. But long story short, long story short, I found out he was calling himself trying to cheat. So I tried to get him back. I called myself. I went and got myself a boyfriend. Then I broke it off with him. And right after that, a couple of years later, I come across him again, and he's like, you know, I was a boy back then. I was a boy, and I want to get to know you better. And I told this story before. I want to get to know you. I messed up back then, but give me a chance. What have you? So I called myself, reinstituting the relationship like 2-3 years later, and that was against my rules. But I remember this guy had me to run him by a house. Come to find out, he had a whole girlfriend that he was living with. She was pregnant, and he already had other kids. So he turned out, I could tell story behind story because I ended it once I found out he had a girlfriend. I ended it once I found out he had a girlfriend. This guy sat in the car with me while I'm driving, had me to take him over to what he said was his house. And then he comes out there, he goes in, I stay in the car. He's like, I'll be right back. And he comes and as he's coming, I see these headlights coming around the corner, and he stops and he looks like a deer in headlights. Then he gets in the car. He says, drive, speed, go, 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 go. So I'm speeding and being chased by a car, and I don't know why I'm being chased. And I'm like, what's happening? He was like, I'll tell you later. I'll tell you later. So yeah, so I did my little thing of driving around, speeding or what have you. I lost the car. Then when I went park, and I was like, okay, what's happening with that? He started crying. I have something to tell you, but I never thought that God would give me another chance with you. And I never thought. And I'm afraid to tell you this because I don't want you to leave me. And I'm like, just tell me. And he was like, I got a baby on the way. Wait. Now, mind you, I'd already met 2 kids of his. Mind you, I should have broke it off with him when I met the 2 kids because he had me to take him to see. He wanted to introduce me to his child, which was a toddler. And I went over and he came out to the car with 2 children and told me the story. Because these children were about a year and a half old, maybe 2 years old. Told me the story that both of them, which were the same age, were his children. But he had one with one girl and her cousin. He had been messing with her cousin while he was messing with her. The cousin got pregnant, and this is his story. The cousin got pregnant, and they pretended, he got her to pretend like she didn't know who the father was. So the mother of his child was completely unaware of the fact that the cousin who lived with her, the child that the cousin had, was also his child. So it was brother and sister in the house. So he, of course, he was like, I was just young and foolish when I did that. So he convinced me of that or what have you. But that was a red flag. But no, he's sitting in the car crying, and bro man told me, I don't want to lose you, Tiffany. I don't want to lose you. So I'm like, wait, hold up, bro. You got 2 kids and you got one on the way. You got a whole girlfriend you living with. And I told him, I was like, yeah, it's over. And he was crying. He was just sitting there crying. He was like, I knew that, what have you. So this is the guy that pulled out a bullet in the car. This is the guy that pulled out a bullet, held the bullet up, and said, you see this bullet? If you break up with me, this is the bullet that's going to go in your head. Told me that was a bullet that was going to go in my head if I broke it off with him. And I bust out laughing because I had started driving again. I had to pull over because I was laughing so hard. He crying and holding up a bullet that he had in his pocket conveniently, and told me that was a bullet that was going to go in my head. And I was like, and I pulled over and I just started screaming, laughing. And I said, "What a gun at? What you gonna do? Throw it at me?" I was like, "What a gun at?" I said, and he over there crying. He's looking like, I was like, "What you gonna do? Throw it at me? You got a cigarette lighter? You gonna light it up? You gonna heat it up and throw it at me?" And I told this story before because I remember I was after that was over with or what have you. Obviously, I broke it off with him. And when I was at home and I was telling a friend of mine, and my mom overheard me. And my mom came in the room and went off on me. She was like, "See, you put yourself in danger. She was like, it's something wrong with you. You don't even know when you're in danger. You don't even know." But I just thought it was funny. Like, how you going to hold up a bullet without a gun? Yeah, I was like, "You going to do it? Throw it at me? You going to throw it at me?" But what was I talking about? I don't know why, y'all. I have stories. That's what I honestly... Let me find where I was. Which guy was I talking about? Covenant breaker. Right. I have a lot of stories and what have you because I was such a mess of a person. But, I look back over the course of my life and I laugh at all these crazy stories. I laugh at all the crazy situations I found myself in. But that's a covenant breaker. These are people that like to go and make, pledges to people. "I'll never leave you. I'm in love with you. You ain't got to worry about me going nowhere," what have you. But they're always breaking covenant, meaning their word is no good. You want somebody whose word is good. Their word is their bond. If they say they're going to do something, they're going to do it. And you look for that in the minor. Don't wait for it in the major. So you got to look for that in the minor. If he says, "Hey, listen, we're going to go here tomorrow," and then tomorrow he makes an excuse, that's a red flag. And if this is a constant, that's a red flag. This is a covenant breaker. And Leviathan is a covenant breaking spirit. The covenant breaker. You want to be mindful. That was number 16. The covenant breaker, right? Love bombing. This is the covenant breaker. The covenant breaker is the one that likes to establish covenants fast, but they always want to end those covenants. They never follow through with what they say. They never follow through. That wasn't courage. Dear Bray, it was foolishness. I was a broken mess of a person. And honestly, as a young lady, I don't even think I feared death. I don't think I feared it. I was just a mess of a person. And I thought that was hilarious for somebody to hold up a bullet and tell me that he was gonna kill me with that bullet. And I was like, "Where the gun at?" Number 17, the false prophet. "God said you're my wife." These are the dudes to avoid. Now, can God tell a man that you are his wife? I believe he can 100%. 1010%. I believe that wholeheartedly, that a man can come across you and God can tell you that God can give him dreams about you. God can say that she is the one. I believe in God's permissive will, just as I believe in God's perfect will. But there are some guys out there that they can't get you the right way, so they try to scare you into a relationship, especially if they feel like they can't get with you, if they feel like you're out of their league. A lot of times they will use, and if you happen to be a babe in Christ or what have you, they will use that "God said you're my wife" to intimidate you to getting into a relationship. And I've had many women to reach out to me in terror because some guy had said that to them. And I tell women this all the time. Now, let me say this: there's nothing wrong with a man saying "God said you're my wife" in the right timing, in the right context. Like if I'm dating a guy and we're already, seeing each other and we're growing in our relationship, we're accountable with our relationship, there is nothing wrong with him saying to me at some point, "God told me that you were my wife." There is nothing wrong with that. But if a guy utilizes that to get you in a relationship, to get your draws off of you, he says that relatively fast. That is usually a tool of witchcraft and manipulation. That is usually being yielded and women do it too. A woman to go up to a man and say, "God said you my husband. God showed me that you my husband." And then, you have some guys that'll fall for that kind of stuff. But this is the false prophet. This is the person who lowers your guard. The Bible says, guard your heart, for out of it pours the issues of life. This is the person who lowers your guard by saying, God said. And you got to say, well, God didn't tell me that. You got to test the spirit. You got to test the spirit. Now, it could be somebody who's immature. It's possible for somebody to come across you and say, like within the first week and say, God showed me that you were my wife. And that's a sign of immaturity. That is Joseph syndrome. Joseph went out, told his brother his dreams. That is immaturity. But I'm saying that's a red flag. That is a red flag. Just like Joseph was not ready for his role at that particular point, that man is clearly not ready for his role as a husband, because you don't come into a relationship meeting somebody and obligate them to you by using the name of God. You don't obligate them to you by using the name of God. That's the false prophet. God said, you're my wife. Again, I want to make sure that I clarify. There is nothing wrong with if I'm seeing a guy, if you're seeing a guy and y'all, you've already made it very clear that y'all are pursuing marriage with one another, and that you're really feeling him, and it's not a time like where he did something crazy, like y'all had an argument. It's not used as a tool of manipulation. It's not used as a tool of manipulation, and this should not be followed with a kiss. It should not be followed with a sex attempt. It should not be followed with any of those things. If it happens to be, let's say, we've been hanging out, we've been dating for a while, and we've already made up our mind. This is what we're pursuing, or we kind of we're in that or have he can be sensitive to the moment and say, well, I the Lord laid it on my heart that you were my wife some time ago, or what have you. But that's just maturity. But whenever it's used as a tool of manipulation, it's typically from a toxic, narcissistic guy. It's from somebody who is using that to get into a relationship. And there are guys, that have done that. They are serial divorcees, and every person they got with, they say that God said that that's their wives, and then they get with a woman, and they end up being very abusive and toxic in a relationship. Relationship ends, and they blame it, and they say, well, God released me from that. That's a covenant breaker. That is an ungodly person. God released me because she wouldn't submit. God released me because she wouldn't do this. Number 18, Mr. It wasn't me. No accountability. It wasn't me. You said this. I didn't say that. We were on the phone. You clearly said, I didn't say it. I saw you uptown with this particular girl. It wasn't me. You told your baby mama this. It wasn't me. This is the one that does not take accountability for anything. I'm not spending a long time here because I feel like I've already touched on this, just using different wording. So we're going to move on from there. Number 19, the womanizer. Right, gaslighting. The womanizer. This is the guy that collects women like somebody collects stamps. This is the guy. Now, understand this about the womanizer. The womanizer doesn't always have a bunch of women like girlfriends. Right now, the new trend, because this is new, y'all, millennials, hear me. When you cross over into when you get my age, you're gonna see some new things happening with Gen Z and the generation beneath that, and you're gonna be like, they didn't do that in my generation. I'm telling you the truth, because the generation before me, my generation did things that they didn't see, and I'm telling you, in millennial generation, I'm seeing them do something that did not happen in my generation, and that's guys mass collecting women and calling them friends. Mass collecting women and calling them friends. Sitting up asking women out on dates. Hey, we gotta hang out sometime. And it's like, oh, okay, cool. Would you like to go out to eat? After he done flirted with you or what have you, then get you out on a date, and he's just like, yeah, I'm not looking for anything serious right now. Or I'm not looking for a girl, but we can be friends. I'm not looking. Okay, so I get the becoming a friend first, but you're literally saying that's not what you're pursuing. So why did you wait? Why'd you ask me out? I'm confused. Oh yeah, I got. Why you on a date? That girl crazy. Girl crazy. Your sister? No, one of my friends. They like to have a menu of women to choose from. They like to have a bunch of females that they call friends so they know which one they can go any minute, mighty mo, catch a dumb girl by her toe. If she holler, let her go. Call her a bona fide. This is a womanizer. Now, in my generation, typically they would just go out there and they would just sleep with a lot of different women. They just lie to you. This generation has gotten a little bit smarter. Let me tell you why, because y'all allow it. Y'all allow it. Ladies, you allow it. And whatever you allow, whatever you accept, you gonna get. Whatever if you're willing to let a dude sit up there, confuse you, take you on a date, and then you go home and you scratching your head and you getting good morning text, good night text, but he say, friend, all he's doing is just taking you off the shelf so nobody else can get you. But he has a bunch of females. No, you have to say, yeah, I don't play those type of games. Now, it's not to say that a woman can't be friends with a guy, because it's all in the way that a person approaches you. Y'all got to hear this. It's all in how they approach you. If a guy is interested in being my friend, then he pursues me as a friend. He may come up to me and start saying, hey, he's talking funny, talking silly, or what have you. He said, hey, I like them card games you created. You know what? I got an idea for a card game. So he's not pursuing me. He's not asking me on a date. There's no confusion because his pursuit just looks like we have a mutual interest, right? So there's no confusion there. He's not taking me off the shelf. So I can actually talk to him about a guy if I feel like a guy is pursuing me. I can actually mention to him, oh, the guy in HR, yeah, 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 he came up to me and he was asking me on a date or what have you. But the one that confuses you, right? Friends with benefits, the one that makes you feel like he's pursuing you romantically and then draws back. Once he finds out that you are mutually interested in him, he draws back. This is typically a narcissistic man. This is typically a narcissistic man. This is a womanizer. He likes to collect women. He likes to collect women. This is the guy that's going to try to kiss you and then turn around and twist it up and say, hey, oh my God, you know what just happened here? I don't know. So he doesn't want to have a label on him. He doesn't want the label because if you get caught by any other female, he wants to look at and he wants to be able to say, hey, I told both of y'all that we were friends. Or if he does find a female that doesn't accept that he really likes, and he gives her the label of girlfriend. If she catches him with other females, y'all can all echo, oh, we're just friends. But the whole time he's dating you, he's keeping you off the market for other guys. This is a womanizer. This is a womanizer. I'm putting you up on game so you guys don't fall for it. Do me a favor, like and share. Do me a favor. Let's have a like and share break. Like, and share, share, share. Number 20, the Mr. I want you to have my baby. Typically a narcissist. Thank you, Sister Karis. God bless you. Wow, thank you. God bless you. This is the I want you to have my baby. This is the guy. Now, when a guy says that, there could be multiple reasons that he say that. Obviously, most obvious one is he could be trying to get in your underwear. You never had a child. You never had sex with him. And so that is something most women, a lot of women actually read into that really well. They take that to mean that you want to be with them. They take that to mean that you're saying that you want to make a lifelong commitment. It's almost like proposing to a woman when a man says, I want you to have my baby, but that's not something flattering. And I thank God that when I was in the world, I didn't take that as flattering. I took that as a dude trying to lock me down, and what have you. And because I saw so many baby mamas, it was an insult to me because I felt like he was trying to lock me in a house with a child so he can go out there and do his thing. That's how I read into that when a guy would say, I want you to have my baby. When you come across a guy like that, a lot of times, one, it could be he's trying to have sex with you, or two, it's not always he's trying to have sex with you. It can be a perverted attempt. So there's some guys out there who really genuinely don't want you to have a child, but they like to make believe because it increases the sexual tension. And then again, there are some guys that want to lock you down with a child. And so a lot of times they get caught up in their emotions, they get caught up in their feelings. Some people, it's just an attempt to make sure you can't be with anybody else. There are guys out there that will stick with you, give you 3 and 4 children, and then walk out your life. They can give you a child the whole time you're pregnant. They know they don't want to spend the rest of their lives with you. They're not envisioning a future with you. In all our honesty, that's not a thought that's going on. And you can see that in the way that they move. They're not trying to propose. They're not trying to make any type of commitment with you or what have you. They're keeping things secrets from you. They're doing a lot of stuff that signifies that they don't necessarily see themselves as one person with you. They see you as an individual doing your own thing or what have you, but they'll have 3 and 4 kids with you because they feel like you are a good person and they want to make sure they take you off of the market. And this has everything to do with the thing I teach about the concubine syndrome, or whereas you have guys and men are not wired to break up. They're not wired to end things. And so if you happen to be a good woman, even a toxic man, a broken man can recognize that you're a good woman. And even though he knows he doesn't want to commit to you, he doesn't want to spend his life with you, he knows that you are a rare find. And so when you're dealing with a rare find, it's very similar to if you go out there and find a diamond or something like that. When you're dealing with a rare find, the person is not going to leave it on the ground for somebody else to find it. They're going to pick it up and they're going to take it home, what have you. And they may collect it or they may sell it or what have you. But this particular type of guy, he doesn't want to leave you on the market for other guys. He wants you for himself. But he just doesn't want to have a committed relationship with you. He doesn't want you to be the number one woman in his life. The only thing he wants to make sure that you're off the market for other guys and that he can come to you anytime he wants to. He can come to you anytime he wants to. That's the Mr. I want you to have my baby. That's why I tell you, y'all, a lot of times our parents didn't teach us this. And for some of you, this is the first time you're hearing this. There are some of you who are really young. You have to hear this because you're going to come in contact with these guys. When I was in the world, when I was a young woman, I came in contact with plenty of them. That, get on the phone with me and they go to talking about, Tiffany, I think I'm in love with you. I hope you're ready to be a mother. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I want you to have my baby. Dude. And they thought that was sexy. Now that worked on some of my friends, and that's why they got kids. It didn't work on me. There was only one time in my life where I considered that, and that was when I was 16, when I first came in contact with a narcissist. Even though I knew it was crazy and I knew my mom would kill me, I had a consideration. Outside of that, I was too scared of my mama. I was too afraid of my mother. I was too afraid of what, and at the same time, I feared becoming a single mother. That was a fear of mine because I always wanted my children to have the same father, and I wanted the father to be in the house. I wanted my children to have the same father, and I wanted the father figure to be in the house. So honestly, I remember a prayer I said when I was 19 years old. I was 19 years old, and I was ending a relationship with a guy that was my fiance. I told this story before, but the guy was my fiance. We were supposed to be getting married or what have you. And I had a pregnancy scare. And I didn't want children. I had made that clear. He wanted them. And I had a pregnancy scare. He was trying because he was afraid of me as a person. He was afraid because I was a little bit too independent minded for him. And he wanted to lock me in. So long story short, I found out he was cheating. I ended the relationship with him. He started acting crazy, didn't want to let go. So he decided to befriend my brother. And he called my mother and he told my mother that I was pregnant because at that time, my cycle was extremely late and I did test pregnant. I did, when I did a test, it came out positive the first time. I did a test at his house and it came out positive. Or it was kind of a light line. So it was, or what have you. So long story short, after I broke it off with him, I blocked every number he called from because you could block numbers. Star 60 was a star 67. One of them dialed back. I think star 67 dialed back. Star 60 allowed you to block up to 6 numbers. I remember blocking every number he called from. Every time he called me from payphones, what have you, I blocked every number. So he called me on my job and he said, I'm going to tell your mother that you're pregnant. And I was like, no, you ain't. So he called my mom. He told my mom. My mom called my job. And I remember answering the phone. Thank you for choosing your 24-hour Walmart. This is Tiffany. How can I help you? My mom said, Tiffany. I said, hey, Mom. I'm going to make up a name for her. Jason. Thank you, Sister Janelle. God bless you. Thank you. Wow. Thank you, sis. Jason called. And I already knew what she meant because my mom didn't call me for, I said, okay. He told me you were pregnant. She was going off. She said, I'm going to have a pregnancy test waiting for you when you get home. I was scared. I've never been so scared any day of my life because I knew my mama was the type of person that was you weren't going to be pregnant. I wasn't going to bring no child in her house, period, point blank. I don't care what nobody say. I know everybody say their mama said that. No, my mama, no. I wouldn't bring no child in her house because period, point blank, my mom was going to put my tail out. And so I got home from work. I see Jason's car out there because we lived in an apartment. I see his car. I'm mad. I go up in there. He's sitting up in there with my brother. Hey, Tiffany, you ain't going to speak. I walk right by. I'm mad as all outdoors. Because I'm like, Mom, why is he here for your brother? I said, he ain't here for my brother. He don't even like him. He don't even like him. But my mom was like, come in the bathroom. And that was the most humiliating event of my life. My mom in the bathroom with a pregnancy test. And I was like, okay, you can go out. She was like, no, I'm going to stay right here. You're going to pee on this stick. I'm like, Mom, you have privacy? No, you're going to pee on this stick. So my mom made me take a pregnancy test. And it came out negative, thankfully. It came out negative. And after it came out negative, what happened with that? Matter of fact, that had to been I don't know. But it came out negative. And my mother, when it came out negative, she went and put him out the house. I was so happy to hear her say, get out of my house. Don't you come back over here. I was like, thank God. But I'm not sure what happened. I just remember having a pregnancy scare. So there may have been 2 pregnancy scares with him. But I remember having a pregnancy scare and getting on my knees. I was 19 years old. And I wasn't saved. I had never confessed Jesus as my Lord and Savior, but I did believe in God. But I remember getting on my knees and being in I was on the phone with a male that was my best friend at the time. And I got on my knees. I told him to hold on. I got on my knees and I had broke it off. Yeah. So after that, I still think I thought I was pregnant or what have you. But I broke it off and my cycle still didn't come on. And I got on my knees because my fear was becoming a single mother. That was the greatest fear that I had. So I got on my knees and I began to ask the Lord. I said, Lord, I don't want to have children outside of wedlock. I don't want to have this man's baby. I don't want to be attached to him. And I was crying, literally in tears, begging God to take the child away from me. I was like, I don't want to have this child or what have you. And so I was begging God to take the child away from me. And then I got back on the phone. And as soon as I got back on the phone, I felt something. And I told the guy, I was like, hold on. And I ran to the bathroom. My cycle had came on. And I came back on the phone screaming, oh my God, God answered my prayer. But that's the Mr. I want you to have my baby. Why did he want me to have his baby? Was it because I was an amazing person and he wanted to spend his rest of his life with me? No. It was because I was a rare find and he recognized that and he wanted to get me off of the market. It was as simple as that. This is not one of those super Christian, super religious messages where we're going to go into up in tongues. This is real and raw. This is me telling you the foolishness that's out in the world and some of the stuff that you're going to come in contact with. But this is the Mr. I want you to have my baby. I want you to have my baby. And a lot of times y'all get flattered because for you think that means that he wants to spend his life with you. That is not what that means. It is not what that means. You don't get involved in sex. I know a lot of times if you're involved in yourself, in sex outside of marriage, a lot of women get caught up in the fact that, and I what time is it? It doesn't matter. I remember having a conversation with a friend of mine who had just had a baby and we were young. She had just had a baby. And her baby was a few months old. She had already started dating somebody else. And they were engaging in a sexual relationship. And I remember that one of the things that she was so excited about, and this is just a real and raw conversation. Give me a second. She didn't say she was excited about it, but I saw it. She said she was engaging in sexual intercourse with a guy. And she said, Tiffany, he didn't get up. And I remember getting mad at her. And, I was a young lady, probably about 20 years old at the time. And I remember getting mad at her. And I'm like, you just had a baby. You just had a baby. Why are you not wearing protection? And then she was bragging about that. She was like, he didn't get up. A lot of women read into that to say, oh my gosh, he's trying to intentionally get me pregnant. And women are flattered by that because women interpret that. That's why we have so many fatherless children right now, is because women have a tendency to interpret that as a man. And this is me like being a big sister. This is a conversation, many of us, the birds and the bees conversation that our parents didn't have with us. So I want you to understand that a man intentionally trying to get you pregnant does not mean that he wants to be with you. That somebody never told you that. And this is why so many of you, right now, and your children are blessed and love your children, but that's why you're having this war with your baby's father, because you're too busy trying to put up boundaries because he didn't stick around. He cheated. He walked out. He left you as a single mother, yet and still he keeps on trying to have some time, trying to invade your life. He keeps on trying to, it's almost like he's trying to pee around you and draw a boundary around you. He's trying to keep you from getting in a relationship with somebody else. Because hear me when I say this, it's a blessing and it can also feel like a curse to be a good woman. It's a blessing because whenever you come in contact with guys, when they recognize that you are a good person, even a bad guy is going to try to find some type of way to lock you down. Even though he doesn't plan to commit, even though he doesn't plan to spend his life with you, he wants to lock you down. When I was in the world, that's why I say I recognize that. I recognize that. And it made me upset. It made me upset whenever I had a guy that felt the need to try to figure out some type of way to put handcuffs on me so he can go out there and do his thing. It is a blessing and a curse to be a good woman to a bad man, because he does not want to let you go. A bad man will blow out your brains just because he doesn't want you to be with nobody else, even though he out there doing his thing with somebody else. He doesn't want you in a relationship with anybody else. He wants to lock you down. He wants to keep you. He wants to hold on to you. He is in your inbox. He is inboxing you. He's text messaging you because he doesn't want to fully let you go, because he recognizes that you are a good person. He recognizes that you are a decent person, but at the same time, he wants to have his cake and eat it too. He does not want to sit down and be married and have a good godly relationship with you. That's why I'm mindful, even to this day, as a minister of the Lord. I know that there are guys who are attracted to me, but their interest in me has nothing to do with I'm attracted to your spirit. Some guys, catch this, are attracted to you because they had broken childhoods and they want to have kids with you so that they can live vicariously through their children. Makes no sense, but it is what it is. Because they want to see what it looks like firsthand, a good mother, because they didn't have that with their mother. They want to see it firsthand because they know, even though they know they're not going to commit to you, even though they know they're not going to be in a relationship with you, they know that you will be a great mother. So they want to leave their seed in a good woman. They want to leave their seed in a good woman, and then they want to walk away from that woman because, catch this, some of them feel like you're strong enough to deal with the pain of rejection. They feel like you're going to bounce back. You're going to be all right. Thank you, Sister Ashley. God bless you. You're going to bounce back. You're going to be all right. That's why they want you to have their baby. That's why they say, I want you to have my baby. They feel like you, no matter what, you crying, you like, I can't believe you're doing this to me. I had your baby. What are we going to do? And what have you? He looking at you cold because he feels like, you know what, you're strong enough. You'll get past this. But he knows that he doesn't want to be committed to you. He knows that he doesn't want to be in a committed relationship. He doesn't want to spend the rest of his life. Now, he want to have access to you for the rest of his life. If he could have it his way, you would be a concubine locked up in a chamber somewhere, and he can return to you whenever he wanted to. If he could have his way, you would just be one of his women. You would be one of his women. But it's a reality when you're dealing with brokenness. So we were talking about the Mr. I want you to have my baby. Again, I wanted to make sure that you guys understood the concept of this guy, because some of you never had somebody to say this to you. Some of you never had somebody to tell you that, sis, that doesn't mean that he loves you. It doesn't mean that he wants to be with you. It doesn't mean that he wants to spend his life with you. Sometimes it's the equivalent of a dog peeing on a tree. He is marking his territory. It's animalistic. It's animalistic. He wants you to have his baby because you are a good person. He wants you to have his baby. There are some guys, for example, you got to be mindful. Some guys will marry you because they know you won't have sex outside of marriage. They want to be with you just so they can, they want to create a covenant with you. They want to create a covenant with you, but in the back of their hearts, in the back of their minds, they've never been good to a woman. They know they're not going to be good to you. They know they're not going to be good to you, but they feel like you are safety, you are security. I'm tired of being with these girls out here that are wild, but that's what they're attracted to. They're attracted to the broken female. They're attracted to the wild girl, the ones that they feel like need to be tamed, but they can't be tamed. But at the same time, they are attracted to your motherly qualities. They're attracted to your wifely qualities. They're attracted to those things. So they'll get in a relationship with you to utilize those benefits, but they're not going to give you the benefit of them being faithful. They're not going to give you the benefit of that because they just want to have those benefits. So that's Mr. I want you to have my baby. Number 21, Mr. Selfish. I think everything I've described describes Mr. Selfish. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. Mr. Selfish is all about my feelings, what I want, what I desire. If you want to be with me, this is what you got to do. It's always me, me, me. You could say Mr. Narcissist, but this is the person that is just completely wrapped up in their own self, their feelings, their preferences. They could give three rat's feathers. They could give three rat's feathers about how you feel. If you sit back and say, hey, listen, that hurts me, he'll say, well, how do you think I feel? If you sit back and say, I'm not comfortable with that, and he says, well, I'm not comfortable with this. He's really self-centered. This is a person that, everything that he does, he has to be worshipped. You have to make him an idol. You have to put his feelings and his needs and his demands above your own, because he will never put yours ahead of his. He will never he will never put yours ahead of his. That's Mr. Selfish. Excuse me. Number 22, the quitter. This is the one that quits everything too easy. The relationship, his job, everything. And we can call this the covenant breaker as well. But this is the quitter. He cannot stand pressure. He don't like pressure. He don't like anything. Matter of fact, most of the time the quitter, he can't even, it's hard for him to even get in a relationship with you because he gonna quit because you didn't make it easy. The quitter. He gives up way too easily. Every time you look up, he go to a church, he get offended by his pastor, he quit. Or he get offended by somebody in the congregation, he quit. He quit his friendships real quick. He quit his job really easily. He quit everything. He quit everything. He's the one that's gonna be like, I ain't got time for this kind of stuff. I ain't got time for it. They always say they ain't got time. That's the quitter. Number 23, the stringer. This is the person that strings you along. Again, this is one of the guys that will say friend, or this is the guy who will flirt with you perpetually, but will never actually ask you out on a date. He likes to string women along. Typically, the stringer has a bunch of puppets. So when you think about strings, think about puppets on a string. This is how they control people. They like to flirt. They like to ask for your phone number, what have you, but they are not attracted to you. They're attracted to your attention. That's what they want. They want your attention because your attention helps to boost their self-esteem. They want your attention. So the stringer will typically, they'll flirt with you. And another thing you put in parentheses is friend zoner. They'll friend zone every female they come in contact with. They friend zone everybody they come in contact with, but they'll string you along. They'll have you thinking, if they friend zone you, they'll have you thinking that they just friends. They're not looking for a relationship or what have you. But then they'll turn around, and as soon as you start trying to date somebody, they'll say, "Hey, can we talk?" They'll send you a text like, "Hey, can we talk?" Yeah, sure. I'm hanging out with I'm hanging out with Joey right now, but call me when he leave, or call me when you get home. Okay. So he called and he's like, hey, can I come around? Can I come over? And you're like, I just kind of got home. I just need to holler at you right quick. So you say, okay. So he's typically going to want to get you to come get in the car, because that's a small, intimate space. When you're in the car, he'll be sitting in the car. How you doing? How you feeling? So what Joey up to. You know, your Joey guy. What have you gonna make fun of Joey? Then he gonna turn around and say something along the lines of like, how serious are you and Joey, or something like that. And then he'll start telling you, I was really thinking, honestly, and I hope this doesn't ruin our friendship. I hope you don't get mad. And he'll kind of make you feel like scared because you don't know what he's about to say. And then he'll just kind of lay it on you like, I'm feeling you. I'm feeling you. And this is the one that make you want to go off, because it's like, dude, the whole time when I was single and I was feeling you friend zoned my tail. And now all of a sudden you want to sit up here now that I'm in a healthy relationship, now that I'm happy, you want to talk about that you're interested in me or what have you. And so this person is just stringing you along. He's just trying to drive the other person out of your life. That's all that is. What have you. So it's like, right there in that car, you're upset because you realize you're facing an ultimatum. It's like, okay, we can never go back to being friends the way we were. So if basically you're giving me this ultimatum that either I end my relationship with this dude, or our friendship ends right here in a parked car in front of my apartment. Our friendship ends right here. And if you are silly enough to end your relationship with your guy, the stringer will, he'll kind of pursue you for like a week or two, get the guy, maybe even a month, and then he'll go back and say, yeah, I thought about it. I don't think I'm ready for a relationship. I don't think I'm ready for it. What have you? The stringer. Number 24, the emotionally unavailable dude. The emotionally unavailable dude. He don't feel nothing. He ain't trying. I mean, it's everything surface. He ain't trying to talk to you on any other level. It's just that his feelings belong to somebody else. He's emotionally unavailable. He's emotionally unavailable. It's like his heart is just not there. He just seems relatively cold, or what have you. He just seems. It's almost like you start dating him, and it's almost like you've been in a relationship for some time, because it's when I say almost in a relationship, it's like he's just, everything is so matter of fact. Everything is so matter of fact, right? You detached. Everything is so matter of fact. Did you file your taxes? Okay. It's almost like you're functioning as a couple, because when you start functioning as a couple, there are times where you're not showing emotion, because you're just really talking about surface level things that need to be done, like, did you file your tax, what you eat today, or something like that. So he's just emotionally unavailable, right? Indifferent. Last one, number 25. Number 25, the cheap head. The cheap head. This is the person who asks you out and then he counts his money. He takes you to cheap places, everything. And listen, I get it. There are some guys who are investors. And when you're dealing with an investor's mentality, a lot of times investors are not into spending. They would prefer to invest than to spend. So they're not necessarily going to want to spend a lot of money in a restaurant. But when a man is interested in you, you are an investment to him. You got to understand that. But right, a penny pincher. But if he takes you out and every time you look up, he's just like I'll give you a sign. He orders first. Typically, when you go out, a man will give you the green light to order first. He gives you the green light to order first. But when he orders first, he's kind of setting the tone. He's trying to set the tone. He's basically trying to tell you what to order. Let me get water and a salad. Let me get water and a Caesar salad. No, not a Caesar salad. Let me get water and a salad with ranch. Because what that does to you is it makes you feel like, dang, well, if I ordered a steak and a double mash, what kind of a person, what kind of a beast do I look like? If I'm sitting here, he eating salad and I got a big old steak in front of me and mashed potatoes, he's setting the tone. So typically, if a person takes you out, they have to be able to afford the date. And at the same time, they give you the green light. That's just normal courtesy. It's like you let the woman go first. Would you like to place your order? Now, a woman can turn it back over to the guy and say, no, you go ahead. You go ahead. But if you don't know what you want, you can go ahead. You know what you want, you go ahead. But most of the time when you're dealing with a guy who's a gentleman, he will give you the green light to place the order first. But when you're dealing with a cheap head will try to set the tone. A cheap head will sit up there and be like, Water, please. You're like, you're not gonna get anything. No, no, no. You just eat because it makes you feel awkward to be sitting there eating with somebody staring at you without a plate in front of them. Because at least when you're eating, you're distracted by the plate. He's distracted by his plate, but you're distracted by your plate. Now, I'm gonna tell you how to diffuse that type of person. Order everything you plan on eating and eat right there in front of them, because it ain't gonna work anyway. I would chew like Mr. Ed in front of him, because at the end of the day, you don't do that kind of stuff. But the cheap heads are frustrating because they're typically hypocritical. Cheap heads will spend money on what they want, and then they'll say stuff like, we can't get this because I'm trying to save. Well, we want to buy a house. We trying to save because, but then the next thing you know, he coming through the house with a new video game in his hand. It was on sale. Oh, so I sat here and I told you I wanted to get my nails done, and it would have cost 55, maybe $60 to get my nails done, depending on what I'm getting done. And I couldn't get that, but you just went out here and paid $149 for a freaking video game. Cheap heads are typically financial Jezebels. They control the money. It's not that they're cheap. It's just that they don't think that what you want is all that important. It's not that they're cheap. It's just that they don't think that what you want is all that important. So consequently, they try to control the finances, and they're always frustrated. They're always fussing. You don't need to do that. What you want to do with your hair? That costs too much money. You can't get nothing cheaper. But then they'll go out there and they'll spend money on something stupid. Buy some Air Jordans. You're like, are you serious? Are you serious? You got yourself some. You just went out here and paid $800 for a pair of Snickers, and I can't even pay $200 to get my hair done. Really? Are you serious? All right, I'm gonna give you 5 other guys to be mindful of. This doesn't mean that you have to fully avoid them, but you have to be mindful and test the spirit. And all guys that you come in contact with, test the spirit. 5 other dudes. Number 1, I talked about this in the last video, and I think this is where, so the stumbler. I talked about this in the last video, the stumbler. And I was going to list the different ways that men get into relationships, but this was long enough, so I didn't want to go there. The stumbler. So you may say, Tiffany, what is a stumbler? The stumbler is typically someone who deals with rejection, who's afraid to ask you out on a date, but he tries to stumble into a relationship with you. He tries to stumble into a relationship with you. So the stumbler typically will try to find some type of excuse to get you out somewhere, get you alone with him, and he's typically going to try to engage you in child's play. And so I talked about on the last one how this particular one, for example, may, let's say you say, hey, I'm trying to get in shape. He say, hey, let's meet at the park. And what have you? You say, cool. And you go to the park with him. And the next thing you know, he starts joking around with you. And he always use that elbow to hit you with the elbow, what have you. But he'll use that elbow and, y'all go to joking around, but then he may tackle you to the ground. You go to playing, he may tackle you to the ground, fall on top of you, and then try to kiss you while you're laying on the ground. You laying on the ground looking up at him. And then he try to utilize that moment. He tries to stumble into a relationship with you. Your baby daddies do that too when they try to get back with you. But he tries to stumble into a relationship, meaning he doesn't want to ask for a relationship because he's afraid that you will reject him. So instead, he tries to kiss his way into a relationship, or sometimes they may even try to sex their way into a relationship. They try to sex their way. They always try to catch you alone. So if you happen to be in college, for example, this is the person that says, if you say, man, math, I've been trying to figure this out, I got this. And he says, hey, I can swing by tonight. I'm really good at that. And then he come over and y'all studying together, and he just sit up there and he be like, big head. And you like, boy, shut up, stop. Or what have you. So this is the person that's going to keep on playing with you. He'll just try to wrestle with you in the room or what have you. And you just sit up there, you pushing him and y'all wrestling or what have you. Then he going to lock up on you. And then next thing you know, he got his face in your face trying to get a kiss. And if you mess around and kiss him, then he going to say, we need to talk about it. You need to talk about it. Now, typically stumblers, they do that for several reasons. 1, they're afraid of rejection. 2, so they can control the narrative. They can control the narrative, because if they kiss you and you kiss them back, then that means you're obviously interested. So sometimes stumblers will try to stumble into a relationship, and then other times they'll sit back and say, well, I don't know if I'm ready for a relationship or whatever, but they'll keep on trying. So basically they're trying to initiate a friends with benefits relationship with you in some cases. You said that's when you pull out your taser. So the parents, I'll tell you what you do in a situation like this. If the guy tackles you to the ground and he's laying on top of you, If he land on top of you, what have you, and breath smelling like I said on last one, like try that. Thank you, Sister Queen G. God bless you. But if he does that to you, when he tries to go in for the kiss, just look up and say, "I gotta pee." Turns him off every time. Just say it. Just do like a kid. Just look at him. Go into that childlike innocence. Just be like, "I gotta pee." I gotta pee. It ruins it every time. It ruins it every time. It ruins the moment because he's expecting you to kind of give in to the kiss, or what have you. But you just say you gotta pee, or tell him you think your skull is cracked. So I think you cracked my skull, or something like that. No, just tell him I gotta pee. But where was I? The stumbler. Stumblers are always trying to stumble their way into a relationship with you. They're always trying to stumble their way. They will not ask for a relationship. They will not do the right things. And brothers, hear me. There's a right way. It's just, hey, what are you doing Friday? I'd like to take you out. Or, hey, can I get your number? So, I like to talk to you. Get on the phone and talk. Say, hey, how you doing? How's everything going? So, yeah. And you just kind of start off in a conversation, and then you just kind of lead your way into it. And you say, so, okay, um, I'm not gonna lie, I like you. I'm feeling you. Oh, that's all you do. And if she's not interested, she'll tell you. And if a woman is not interested, it doesn't mean that she'll be perpetually uninterested for the rest of her life. Sometimes a woman may be afraid of you. It could be different things. So you got to learn to pursue. It is very similar to getting a job. If they deny your application, it doesn't mean that you don't go apply again. You just have to make sure. Sometimes you have to apply for a different role. You may get hired in a different role, but you'll eventually get into the role that you want. You got to be taught how to pursue. But I know we dealing with a lot of guys that deal with fatherlessness, and they don't necessarily know how to pursue a woman. But anytime you're pursuing a female, just ask for a phone number and then get on the phone and talk to her. Hey, listen, can I take you out? And you start from there. You build a friendship with her, and you start from there. And it's so simple. It's not that complicated. But like I said, this generation of guys, a lot of them, not all, but a lot of guys in this particular generation are so afraid of rejection. They are so afraid of no that they will go the rest of their lives. Water is free, right? They'll go the rest of their lives missing out on things because they were protecting their own feelings. They idolize their own emotions. They put their emotions on a tier. So the stumbler is always trying to stumble into a relationship rather than just saying, hey, I like you, I'm feeling you, I like to get to know you better. And then you get on the phone, and if she agrees, you begin to set the tone. Both of you set the tone. You talk about it. You set the tone. What are we doing? Like, what is this going to look like for us? Like, what does that mean? Are we just going to be friends and see what happens? But understand that if we friends and see what happens, then it can happen that I'm gonna date somebody else. All right. So don't think that you taking me off the market because I ain't crackhead crazy. But are we friends, or are we getting to know each other but exclusively? Meaning you don't want me seeing nobody else, you ain't gonna see nobody else, but we're still building the friendship part. It's all in how you get to know. Like, you have to communicate that. You have to communicate that. Y'all got to stop being so afraid of the word no, because the word no is in every industry, but God's promises are yay and amen. And you have to stop being afraid, because the only way you're going to accomplish anything great is that you have to learn to tame the word no and make it bow down to God's yes. You have to constantly push past a no. But if you are a fearful person, you're going to always try to stumble your way into a relationship. You're going to try to stumble your way into doing things. You're going to try to stumble into everything. And I'm here to educate the sisters. Don't let nobody stumble upon you. Don't let nobody stumble upon you. You back their head up. Back their head up. What are you doing? What are you doing? Nah, it don't work like that. You got to have a whole conversation with me. Like, what's this about? I'm sorry. Yeah, that was odd, I guess. You got to make them talk to you. You got to have a conversation with you, or what have you. You don't just let people get free kisses off of you just because they're afraid to ask a question. Number 2, and these are other guys to be mindful of. Like I said, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're mean or bad. These are not always red flags, but they could be. Number 2, the soul tire. The soul tire. This is the one that always trying to stop. And he could go on the bad guys list, but this is the guy he cannot deal with a female without soul tying himself to him. That's why he got so many women, so many exes that are mad at him. He soul ties the crap out of himself. Like he's walking around with a lasso, and he's just pew, every female he comes in contact with, he has to love bomb you. He has to say all these things. He has to get you to make some type of commitment with him. He takes you places. He gives you the best time of your life. He does all of these things with women, and then he breaks the relationship. This is the covenant breaker as well, but the soul tire. This is the person that always had every person. He's like a best friend type. He always seems like he's really cool. This is the type of person that's easy for you to lower your guard with him because he just seems really cool. He just seems really cool. He seems to be like, he seems to be, like not like most guys, and that's what causes you to lower your guard because you think that to lower your guard, I said lower your guard. Yeah, you probably lower your guard as well, but you believe him. You believe that he's a good guy. You believe that he won't walk away because he seems so harmless. That's the worst type. That's the one that will break every ounce of your heart. That's the one that'll take. That's the one that a lot of women have the most trouble getting over because they didn't see him coming. Felicia said I was stumbled upon. Listen, but this is the soul tire. This is the one. He's a professional at that. He's good at that. He's skilled at that. He's typically baby voice, very low demeanor, doesn't seem to have a toxic masculinity complex. He seems to be very calm. He could be your bestie. I'm talking about you get real comfortable with him. You lower your guards. You just really don't think that he's that type of person. He just really doesn't think that you don't think that he's that type of person. But as soon as he lassos you into a soul tie, he shocks the crap out of you. And it's hard for you to conceptualize because you're just like, no, this dude's a good person. Thank you, Sister Shavonda. God bless you. He's actually, I thought, no, he's a professional soul tire. He knows how to get you to lower your guard. He knows how to get you to unguard your heart. And typically he comes off as a very soft, best friend dude. He said, how do you deal with this type? Don't let him kiss you. Don't let him love bomb you. Don't fall in love with him. Always have standards up, have rules and stuff. Don't be alone with him or what have you. But this is the person that makes you feel like, he wants to be with you. This is the person that makes you feel like you just don't see him coming. You really don't. You don't see him coming. And if a woman falls into a sexual relationship with him, she doesn't feel scared behind that because he's the type of guy that will say, I hope you don't feel any type of way. I'm not going anywhere or what have you. This is the type of guy that gets you to lower your guard all the way. You just think that, hey, I'm going to be with this dude. This is going to be my husband. I'm going to have all his babies or what have you. And then all of a sudden out the blue, he will just, and it doesn't have to be a fight, an argument, nothing. Y'all can have something great going. But out of the blue, he'll just, end things, or he'll say something crazy or what have you. But this is the soul tire. He likes to go out here and create a lot of soul ties. Number 3, the hero. This is Leviathan's nephew, the hero. This is the one that comes out, and he's another one that's relatively afraid to ask for a relationship, but he always looking for some area where you are deficient so he can play the hero. If he see you out, let's say, trying to start your car. He don't know nothing about cars, but he gonna still come get under that hood. He don't know nothing about cars, about to get his tail electrocuted, messing around with that battery. He know nothing about cars, but he gonna try, no matter what you say, he's always trying to present himself as a hero. And like I said, this is not necessarily a full red flag because it could be just a decent dude that's trying to shoot his shot a different way. But that can be a red flag because some people, they just do that. If you sit back and say, there's this guy that lived next door to me and I'm tired of him. He always be looking at me for, he'd be like, who you need me to roll by? You need me to roll by? And you like, I'm good. I mean, you sure? Because I'll come by there. And if you crazy enough to let him come by there, he ain't going to do nothing to that dude. All he going to do is stand out in your driveway. He going to do nothing but stand out in your driveway, put his arms out like this, and then kind of look at the house. That's it. He ain't going to do nothing to that dude. But that's just his way of trying to show interest in you. He ain't gonna do nothing. He just gonna stand out in your driveway and kind of puff himself up and just it's almost like a peacock, like letting up the feathers. He just gonna stand out in your driveway and just kind of do that right there, and then have the just to intimidate the other dude. But if the other dude look your way, look that way, or what have you, he gonna turn around. He gonna be like, yeah, I'm saying he don't want to mess with me. He don't want to mess with me. And after that guy turn around and say something to him, be like, yo, what you looking at? He'd be like, man, I don't want no trouble. Man, I don't want no trouble. But the hero, he's always trying to rescue you. He want to rescue you from a bad man. He want to rescue you. If he see a guy flirting with you and you don't seem like you're too interested, he'll come walking over there and he'll put his arms around you. He's always trying to rescue you. Always trying to rescue you. Number 4, the ghoster. That's a time for change. That sounds like a narcissist. The ghoster. This is the guy that comes into your life, creates a soul tie, and then ghosts you. And then he reappears. This is why he's a ghost. He comes back. It's just like you don't know what happened. You don't hear from him for a few days, few weeks, or what have you. The next thing you know, he reappears. And he tries to act like nothing happened. He be like, hey, what you doing? Negro, I haven't heard from you in like 3 or 4 days. Why are you calling my phone? My phone died for 3 days. I lost my phone. So your phone was gone for 3 days. You didn't have any type of way to contact me whatsoever. Right, Casper. Casper, the friendly ghost. The ghoster. This is the guy that comes into your life and he creates a soul tie and he ghosts. And the reason he ghosts is because he typically has multiple other relationships. He has to make, the dude has a lot of relationships that it's a hard job to try to maintain all these relationships and keep everybody a secret. That's the ghoster. Last one, number 5. The text message guy. I don't like talking on the phone. Thankfully, I've never had to deal with this particular one, but I've seen guys say that kind of stuff. And I'm like, first and foremost, when a guy is genuinely interested in a female, he will pursue the crap out of her. I have never had anybody that was interested in me tell me that he does not like talking on the phone. I've never heard anybody who's interested in me say that. And even if he didn't like talking on the phone, he will pursue. When a man is interested in you, this is something that, like I said, this is one of those messages. While it could be relatively funny, you can extract from it. So one of the conversations that many of us never had with our parents. When anytime a man is interested in you, he can genuinely be the type of person that doesn't like talking on the phone. Most of the time, when people don't really like talking on the phone, they're either relatively busy or they don't have much to say or nothing of substance to say. But when a man is genuinely interested in you, there is a notable pursuit. Who needs to hear that? There is no confusion. I'm not confused as to whether or not you like me. If I'm confused, it doesn't exist. If I'm sitting there like he flirt with me one day or he say this and that, no, that guy's playing games. That guy's playing games. That guy likes to go around spinning his wheel trying to see how many females that he can get to like him back in return. That's a broken man. But the text message dude is the dude that just wants to text good morning, good night, or what have you. What you doing? Can I come over? Text messenger. Don't ever get in a relationship with somebody who won't pick up the phone to talk to you. You got to talk on the phone for hours at a time, but there has to be a mutual interest. And if you're not talking, how am I getting to know you? If you're not talking, how can I get to know you? Obviously, you're not interested. You may be interested in sex, and that ain't happening. But obviously, you're not interested. So you have to be mindful of the text message dude. Right? He's always hiding something. That's why he feels a need to text you. He said, hey, pretty lady, what you wearing? Listen, okay, I'm going to give you 10 signs that he's worth checking out. And then I got to go. I can't believe this went as long as this did. And then I'm coming back and I'm going to be informing the guys about the ladies. Y'all got to, look, ladies, when I come back and talk about us, y'all got to tune in. Don't you dare come up missing. Don't be Darn near 600 strong in when I'm talking about the guys, but then when we start talking about the females, you ghost. Don't you ghost me. All right. 10 signs that he's worth checking out. 10 signs that he's worth checking out. Number one, God is his everything. I'm likely going to come out and talk about it tomorrow. It'll likely be tomorrow. God is his everything. God is his everything. He puts God before everything. God is his everything. He is completely, he's so mesmerized by God. He's so in love with the will of God. He's not just in love with heaven. He's in love with God. He's in love with the will of God. He's in total submission to God. Doesn't mean he's perfect. It means he's intentional. God is his everything. This is the sign that he's a husband. If he's not in love with God, then he can't be really truly in love with you. God is his everything. Number two, he's submitted to godly authority. Thank you, Sister Dewana. God bless you. Thank you, sis. He's submitted to godly authority. He has a pastor. He has somebody that's covering him. He's submitted to godly authority. If you have somebody that is not submitted to godly authority, that means that there's nobody that can check behind him, nobody that can tell him he's wrong. He's the highest official in his life. I don't care if he say, "No, Jesus tells me." Then who are you? The spirit of the prophet is subject to the prophets. Who are you subject to? There's nobody that can check your prophetic words. There's nobody that can check you. That's Leviathan. That's Leviathan. He's submitted to godly authority. They're out there, but just like women, they have God said, "He who finds a wife finds a good thing." There are a lot of women out there, but there aren't that many wives. Honestly, you have to grow into a wife, and there are a lot of men out there, but there aren't that many husbands. So God strategically hides them. The only way a husband can find a wife is he has to pursue the heart of God. He has to find her in Christ, and the only way a wife can be found is God hides her in Him, and she doesn't go out there trying to reveal herself because of impatience. But number one, God is everything. Number two, he's submitted to godly authority. He's submitted and surrendered to godly authority consistently. He ain't always out here quitting. He ain't walking around without a pastor. He ain't easily offended and always quitting something. He is submitted to godly authority. Meaning there's somebody that he's humbling himself before. So, somebody can tell him, "Hey, you're wrong." But if there's nobody that can tell him that you're wrong, whenever you start having trouble in relationship, there's no counselor. He's not going to want to get a counselor. There's not going to be anybody. He's going to be convinced in his head that he's right and you're wrong. And the Bible says there's a way that seems right unto a man, but the end thereof is death. It's not just death to the body, but it's death to relationships. It's death to everything. It's death to finances. It's death to covenants, because in his mind, he's right. That is a prideful guy, and that is not somebody that you want to be in a relationship with. Number three, in the midst of a sea of women, he can identify a wife. These are 10 signs that he's worth checking out. In the midst of a sea of women, he can spot a wife. He can identify a wife. So, in the midst of women, in any, I don't even want to just say a communal setting, but in any setting, he knows how to identify a wife. Because most guys, when a man is carnal, when a man is fleshly, he sees women. So he has this any, many, mighty mo. I kind of like her. Keisha, real cute. Then there is there's Amy, and Amy, Amy been checking me out or what have you. He's surface. A carnal guy's surface. He just sees above the surface. He just sees, okay, she looks cute. She's shaped up well. I like the texture of her hair, the color of her skin. I like the way she talks or what have you. I like the way she carries herself. That's a relatively surface level man. But whenever you are dealing with a husband can identify a wife. And even though he may be visually or physically attracted, a husband looks for the character of a wife. The husband looks for the character of a wife, which means that in any communal or any type of setting, I don't even want to say a communal setting because it makes me think of a church or a job, but I'm just talking about in any environment where there are a lot of women. A husband knows how to identify a wife because God has given him wisdom, vision, and a perspective to find a wife. So he can see all of these beautiful women, but he has an understanding that while they're pretty, they're broken. They wouldn't know how to be a wife. He understands that, so he can see past that. And he will specifically pursue a woman of integrity. He will specifically pursue a woman who is surrendered to God, a woman who loves and fears the Lord. He will specifically pursue that particular woman because for him, he's looking for covenant and he's not looking for a girlfriend. He's not looking to have somebody that's pretty. He's not looking for sex. He's not looking for somebody that, to just throw it back on him. He's looking for covenant because he's made it up in his mind that he's intentional about his future. He's made it up in his mind that he does have a future. He's made it up in his mind that he wants to build something significant. And any good, godly man knows you can't build anything significant with a girlfriend because there is no commitment there. If you can't make a commitment to her, you're not going to make a commitment to building because building is difficult. Building is strenuous. Building requires faithfulness. It requires faith. It requires blood, sweat, and tears. It requires a whole lot of an investment. And so, where was I? He, in the midst of the sea of women, he can identify a wife. That means he has become a husband. He can identify a wife. And first and foremost, there are a lot of women on here. Hear me when I say this. Not everybody on here is a wife. Some of you are still women growing into wives. You got to mature into a wife, but you got to be intentional about that. You got to be intentional about that because before you become a wife, you have to be a daughter. Y'all better hear me when I say this. You got to be a daughter of the Most High God. Before you become a wife, before he can give you away, before God gives you away, you have to become his daughter. And I'm not talking about default daughter by getting saved. I'm talking about he has to become your Lord. That means you're submitted to him. You're surrendered to him. He has to be your Lord and Savior. That means that you have to sit back. And even though you like Tyrone, you know that Tyrone ain't surrendered to God. So you know you can't go in that direction. You know that even though your body says, I want to have sex, but you say, no, my God, my Father, my everything, he said for me to present my body as a living sacrifice to him. So I'm not going to take my body off the altar, that I put it on the altar for God and give it to some man because he can't wait. I'm not going to do it. That brings me to number 4. He practices abstinence. I'm giving you the qualities, the traits of a good godly man. Now, we all deal with flesh, and promiscuity is promoted amongst men, but it's still not good and it's not godly. But a good, godly, surrendered man will practice abstinence. He puts his body on the altar. He puts his body on the altar. He's not out there making covenants and soul ties with a bunch of women, and then he comes into your life, and just because you say you're abstinent, and now he starts trying to hold on, and okay, dang it, I got to try to hold on, because no, if he doesn't have self-control outside of marriage, he won't have it in it. And believe me when I tell you, self-control is needed when you get in marriage, because when a man is single, a lot of times he may not get all that play. He get women, but he may not. When a man is married, women come after him like crazy. That spirit of adultery is heavy here in America. It's heavy. Once a ring hits a man's finger, no women start coming out the gates for him. And if he has no self-control, then there are going to be women that come after him that he's never had access to before. There are women that ignored him. Women that he felt like were out of his league. They're going to come after him once he gets married. And if he has no self-control, you're in trouble. You can't even build with him. You can't build anything stable. Like you can't even be stable. Like you can't build a stable business. One of the worst things to do is be in a relationship with somebody. And let's say you're called to the marketplace. You're called to build, to do something great, but you can't do it because you got to focus on this. And if you're dealing with somebody like that, what if I became a millionaire? He's going to become an even bigger thought, a bigger embarrassment. And not only that, he gonna use that money that I made to impress another female. Then he gonna be talking about alimony because he gotta finance a female that didn't even want him in the first place. He gotta finance her because she's interested in him now since he's in a relationship and we got money. Since we financially stable. I'm saying that to those of you, to the women that are called to build, that are called to do something great. You better be careful because it's easy to end up with a sugar baby that sits back and, he will use you to finance his rejection. He practices abstinence. Number 4. He practices abstinence, not because you say, I ain't giving you none. I don't believe in sex outside of marriage. But this is something that he does intentionally because of his love of God and his fear of God. Number 5, He pursues what he wants until he gets it. And you can put in parentheses diligent. He doesn't take no for an answer. He knows what he wants. Whenever he decides I want to build something, he gonna go for it. When he want to learn something, he gonna go for it. He's not in. He doesn't allow life to intimidate him. If he says I want to start a car dealership, he gonna do all the work. He gonna put all the effort in. He gonna get all the no's, and he's not gonna bow down to the no. He gonna keep on. He gonna get the paperwork. This guy is focused because his brain is not on a bunch of females. His brain is not on a lot of stuff. His brain is on I want to build. That's it. That's all. Y'all can have that other stuff. Let me build. Let me build. He wants to put his mind on building. That's it. He is a diligent person. And you can see that in his pursuit of you. He is a diligent person. That's why I said, be mindful of the fearful guy that's afraid to approach you, because that's a sign that whenever life starts hitting him with no's, he going to bow down to him. And then he's got to be the head of your house. And it's frustrating because you like, I want us to go buy that property. And he got to know. And one thing I can tell you, in the world of business and in life, you're going to hear 1,000 no's before you hear a yes. You know, one of the things that God has graced me in doing, whenever people are in the process of buying a house, God has graced me. God has blessed me to help talk some people to get right back in that ring until they got their house. I can tell stories of people that have been told no, that I was there to encourage them, give them my testimony about how God gave me a house supernaturally, what God did for me. You're always going to hear a no before you get a yes. And you cannot be the type of person that punks down at a no. You can't be the type of person that goes home and Ahabs and cries because Naboth told you no. You can't be that type of person that whines every time you hear a no. You have to be the type of person that, right, I need a builder, somebody who pursues, somebody who's diligent, somebody who has not idolized their feelings. They don't put their emotions on a platform. And to my prophets and prophetic brothers, you got to get that under control, because, man, prophets are some emotional creatures. Prophets and prophetic people, emotional creatures. You have to learn how to get your feelings under control. You got to get your feelings at bay, because your feelings can easily become your God. And that causes failure. Emotions cause failure in every industry. There is no industry where emotions will allow you to go into the industry. Emotions have to be pulled to the back. That means you have to feel it. I'm telling you right now, guys, everything that, like in this season, the stuff God puts on my heart to do, today I felt the weight of intimidation. I felt it. I felt it strong. I felt the weight of intimidation. I felt the weight of intimidation. But everything God gives me to do, a lot of times, I wish you could understand the weight of it. It's a huge pressure, because some things require, an investment. Some things require, it's not even just that. It's the fear of, what if it doesn't work? What if people don't support? What if Christians don't understand marketplace? Christians don't understand marketplace. I can be transparent with y'all. I literally had a thought yesterday about getting into the lash industry. I literally had a thought about that. I literally had a thought. It just came out of nowhere. I happened to see something, and I had a thought about that, because it's disconnected from what I do. But I thought about that. I thought about starting a lash line, because I want to start a perfume line. It's not disconnected from a lot of stuff. I want to start a lot of different lines. But my brain, that weight, and then you got religious Christians, you got a lot of stuff. You got a lot of stuff. There are weights that come with that stuff. And it seems simple enough. It literally, it seems simple enough, but it's just not that simple. Because most of you right now, you have stuff God told you to do, you won't do it, because the minute you start thinking about doing that, intimidation hit you and you bow down to it. You bow down to it. You bow down to the intimidation. You bow down to the fear. You bow down to it. I've learned not to bow down to it. I've learned to feel the fear, to feel the pressure, to feel the weight, to feel the intimidation, but to do it scared. To do it scared. But if you come in contact with somebody that buckles at pressure, that buckles because of fear, that buckles, that person is not going to be good in marriage, because you're going to always be the one having a gangster up to suit up, to boot up, to go to war when Satan says no, because he's going to be like, yeah, we just going to, we'll just wait a little bit longer. No. Where two or three are gathered in his name, he's in the midst. Let's go forward. Hey, let's believe God together. If we say, hey, you know what? Let's start a car dealership. Let's believe God together. Not that old, they talking about you got to get this paperwork, you got to get that paperwork, then you got to have this much of an investment, you got to do this, you got to do that. No. Okay, solution is, what is the solution? Everything that God gives us, every issue, every blessing comes disguised as a problem, and you have to find a solution. 8 plus 5 is 13. 8 times 5 is 40. The solution is the answer. You have to have, every problem has a solution. But if you bow down, if you sit up there 8 times 5, 5, 10, 15, just remind me those little kids. Every problem, there is a solution. But if you are afraid, if you're not a solutionist, you're a punk. You're a fearful person. If you're not a solutionist, you're a fearful person. Because you are so afraid of being told no. You're so afraid of failing, not realizing that everybody who's ever won, accomplished anything, we had to fail 1,000 times. A just man falls 7 times, but he gets back up again. We had to be like the Terminator. How many of y'all remember the movie The Terminator? No matter what they did, then that thing kept getting back up. Demons are like that. You keep on killing them, getting cast out, they keep trying to come back. Your demons should not be more diligent than you are. Demons should not be more diligent than you are. If I want to accomplish anything great, I got to deal with the weight of it. I got to deal with the criticism. I got to deal with all it. I got to deal with it. And as a Christian female, as a teacher, a woman who's a leader, I even got to be deal with being called a witch, because in ministry, we are always called witches when we try to teach. That is common for women in ministry. And it almost always comes from another female. We got to deal with the weight, the pressure, the criticism. We got to deal with it all. And we still got to believe God throughout it all. The pressure. And as a female, I don't want to be stronger than my man. Because then I got to carry the weight of it, of our household. That means every time I'm believing God, or we trying to believe God for something, he punk out and I'm at the front. Focused and motivated. Yes, and that is common in ministry. In the world of ministry, as a female, you will be called a witch, especially if you start making an impact. It's the Christian equivalent of calling you a female dog. In the world, they'll call you a B. In the church, they'll call you a W. It's a sad truth. He pursues what he wants. This was number 5. He pursues what he wants until he gets it. He's diligent. Diligent. Number 6, he asks God for you. 10 signs that he's worth checking out. Let me tell you why I say he asks God for you. He prays about you. He prays for you. He prays about you. Because he asks God for you, because God holds him accountable. Like, you don't go to a female and ask for her without just talking to God first. God, I really have an interest in this particular female. I don't know if you're laying her on my heart or what have you, but God, and then he starts making commitments to God, because there is a time where it feels like God's not answering. He starts making commitments to God. God, if you give me her, I will cover her. I will not violate her. I will pray over her. I will not leave her. I will not do this. He makes a covenant with God for you. He makes a covenant with God for you. He asks God for you. And these are signs that he's worth checking out. But and you're not going to always know that up front. So over the course of time, you will start to find it out, that he is a person, that he is pursuing you not just physically, but he's pursuing you spiritually. He's went after God. He's gone to God, and he's spoken your name in prayer. He said, God, I like this girl. I'm interested in this girl. And he begins, because God is the father. He's talking to your father about you. He's saying, God, I want this girl. And it goes back to the biblical days. The father had to give the daughter away. And it's the same thing with God. He has to give the daughter away. And the same thing in the biblical days, the man's father, even though the man paid the bride price, even though he had a space in the room, in the house where he had to make room for his wife, his father would come and check that space to see if he was ready. And so if he, even though he paid the bride price and he can go get his wife now, you can go get the girl now and he can go ahead and consummate, but he had to wait for his father to give him the green light. His father would check to see if he was ready. And, he would come, he'd say, Dad, I want to go get her now. And his dad would come and look at that space that he prepared. And he'd say, this room, this little space, no, you're not ready for her. You're obviously not mature enough. So no, you're going to have to go. And he understood that this means that there's probably going to be another 6 months to a year before I can go to my father again and say this. So he had to prepare. He had to be intentional in preparing a space. Highlight that word, intentional. He had to be intentional. He had to be intentional. So whenever a man is trying to be a husband, he has to be intentional about you. He has to be intentional. He has to be prayerful. He has to say, okay, let me make sure my life is together. Let me prepare for a wife. It's the same thing. If you say, I want a new couch, what do? You prepare. If you say, I'm going to get a new couch, then what you start doing, you start looking for a couch. Then you find a couch. And the first thing you start doing is you're going to find a space in the house where you can put the couch. And then you're going to say, okay, now I got to remove some stuff. I got to cast some stuff out of my house. I got to move some stuff around. I got to do what I got to prepare for my couch. If you say I'm getting a car, then you're going to make sure that you have space in your driveway for the car. Whatever it is that you are making, everything that you're doing, you got to make room for it. And that doesn't just talk to the men, that talk to you ladies as well. You say you want a husband. How are you preparing? How do you prepare for a husband? What do you do for your husband? Are you taking care of your credit? Are you getting that stuff off your credit report? Or are you just waiting for somebody to come take care of you? You have to prepare for what it is that you are wanting. But again, number 6, he asked God for you. This signifies intentionality. This signifies covenant with God. I'm going before God because I don't want to pursue a girlfriend. I don't want to pursue this. I want to know, God, is she the one? Lord, can I have her? Lord, I'm asking for her hand. And then he begins to make some commitments to God. Again, a lot of times God won't answer initially because God will allow him to go a little bit deeper and to be a little bit more intentional, a little bit more to have more of an understanding of what you need or what have you, because God is very mindful of who he gives his daughters to. You are the weaker vessel, and God understands that. God is very intentional, so he has to go before God. God, you know what? I'm not going to do this to her. I'm going to provide. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. You don't have to worry. He has to make that agreement with God. And a lot of relationships are ending because you're getting a relationship with people, with guys who have not made a covenant with God, who have not made an agreement with God as it relates to you. So they're just coming in and making a deal with you. And then they're proving themselves to be covenant breakers. Number 7, he's interested in being a husband, not a boyfriend. He's interested, again, these are 10 signs that he's worth checking out. He's interested in being a husband, not a boyfriend. Typically, when you're coming across these type of guys, they'll tell you up front, I'm not interested in you being your boyfriend. If you are, if you're just kind of wanting to be, okay. I had to look because I thought my notes were kind of crossing over, but they'll make it really clear, like I'm not here to play games. A lot of times they're going to be talking about exclusivity. Hey, I'm not seeing anybody else. I don't plan on seeing anybody else. Are you seeing anybody? So basically, I want to get to know you, but I want to get to know you exclusively. I don't want anybody else to be in the mix or anybody else to be in the picture. So I'm committing to that or what have you. Doesn't mean that you necessarily have to call him your boyfriend. He has to call you his girlfriend. It does mean that you guys are starting to get into this process of getting to know each other and you're setting the tone. Now, everybody doesn't do it that way. Some people like to date other folks. The guys say, hey, I don't want nothing serious right now. The girls say, me neither. And they go around, they date everybody else or what have you. But that's not a healthy lineup. That's not a healthy setup. But he's interested in being a husband and not a boyfriend. He makes it very clear that, hey, I'm not here to play games. I'm not here for this. I'm looking for my wife, and so if you are not ready to get married, then pass me by. Pass me by. Number 8, this is the one y'all ain't ready for. This is the one y'all ain't ready for. I love you. And these are 10 signs that he's worth checking out. Number 8, he's building wealth. He's building wealth. He has to be a provider intentionally. He can't just be working at a gas station and he's just okay with that. He has to have a vision. He has to have a plan. And he needs to be putting effort into that. Doesn't mean that he is already wealthy. It doesn't mean that he's already out here, working in this particular industry. Maybe he's called it an industry, but he is intentional. Maybe he's in school, but he's doing something because he understands that in order for me to be a husband and even a father, I have to be a provider. I have to be a provider. So he's a wealth builder, which is number 8. He's a wealth builder. He's looking into whatever he can do to build wealth. He's not trying to come out here and just get into a relationship and rely on you to take care of him. Now, let me say this. In any given relationship, it doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to make more money than you. Because it could, if you happen to be a builder, if you happen to be a shot caller, maybe you're a lawyer or something like that, it doesn't mean that he may make, but it does mean he will be intentional. It means he'll be consistent. It does mean that he will put effort into it. He ain't gonna sit up there and want you to be the provider. No good godly man wants his wife to be a provider. It's just weird for him. It's just weird for him. He's building wealth. Number 9, he's helping others. The Bible tells us to remove the mote from our own eye before we try to remove it from anybody else's. That is a level of things. So first and foremost, you go through your own deliverances. And once you go into after you come out of your own deliverance, after you come out of the congregate mindset, then you become a minister. That means you're ministering in some way or another. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to have a title. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to have a position in church, but you are helping he's going to typically be helping somebody. That signals that he has already helped himself. That signifies that he has already helped himself. And so because he's helped himself, now he's looking to help others. A selfish person typically doesn't want to help anybody because they're too self-conceited, they're too selfish, they're too self-involved, and they don't want to do the hard work of having to commit to somebody else. They don't want that. And you have to be allergic to men who are allergic to responsibility. Anybody that doesn't want responsibility or accountability will not make a good spouse. He's helping others. Even if he's up at a shelter, he's feeding the homeless, but he's doing something to help people. He's trying to help. I don't care. He's doing something. There's something that he's doing to help, but that signifies he's come outside of me or myself, and he's now out there and he's in his purpose, which brings me to number 10. He's in his purpose. So we can kind of flow through that because it's pretty much almost the same, but he's in his purpose. Our assignment is not about ourselves. Our assignment is to be a blessing to others, but maturity, we have to mature in order for us to help others. So if anybody's immature, they're not ready for a relationship. Unfortunately, the majority of people in a church never mature. Thank you, Sister Kimberly. God bless you. God bless you, sis. Thank you. A lot of people in church never mature. You can be in church for 50 years and not mature. It's not something that automatically happens just because you go to church. Maturity is a product of intentionality. It's a product of you coming home and studying your word. It's a product of you coming home and spending time with God. It's a product of self-sacrifice. It's a product of you saying, this is wrong, I shouldn't have done that. It's taking accountability. It's sitting back and taking correction and taking it like a soldier, putting yourself in a position to receive correction and then getting back up again. It's the product of you, even when you're knocked down, you get back up again. It's the product of you having a mindset that I'm not going to quit. That's what you have to do. He's in his purpose. Remember, God didn't give Adam a wife until Adam was in his purpose. The first thing God said to him, God said that it is not good. God brought him to the garden to dress the garden. That was his job. Then God tested him. God said, it is not good for man to be alone. And you would think after God said that he would have bought Eve, but God didn't do that. As soon as God said it is not good for man to be alone, he then turned around and bought the animals. He gave him a job to name the animals and see what he would call them. I'm going to read that to you guys in a second. I had the Bible thing open on my phone and it didn't find it. And that's interesting to me. Okay, a second. It is not. All right, Genesis 2:18. We're going to start Genesis 2:18. Okay, so we're going to start at 2:15. And the Lord God took the man and put him into the Garden of Eden to dress it and to keep it. This is his job. And the Lord commanded the man, saying, of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat. This is his permission. These are his allowances. These are his boundaries. So every good and godly husband has to have boundaries. If a man doesn't have boundaries, he ain't ready to be nobody's husband. But the tree of the knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it, for in the day that thou shalt eatest thereof, thou shalt surely die. And the Lord God said, it is not good that man should be alone. I will make him an helpmeet for him. And out of the ground the Lord formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air and brought them unto Adam to see what he would call them. And whatsoever called every living creature, that was the name thereof. So you see what God did? He said, it is not good for man to be alone. Then he created some animals and brought them before Adam. If Adam had looked at those wild animals and said, that's my wife, God would have been like, go back to bed. You ain't ready yet. If he had looked at them wild animals and said, baby girl, God would have been like, yep, nope. God brought the animals to see if he would say what God had already said of those animals. He was testing to see if he was aligned with God, to see if he was in sync with God. So he bought the animals, every living creature, and Adam gave names to all cattle and the fowl of the air and to every beast of the field. But for Adam there was not found. He who finds a wife finds a good thing and obtains favor of the Lord. But for Adam, there was not found a helpmeet for him. In the midst of those animals, there was no helpmeet for him. So thank you, Sister Andrea. God bless you. In the midst of those animals, there was no helpmeet for Adam. So Adam couldn't look at the animal and say, I like the way you back that thing up. He had to look at those and say, cow, chicken, giraffe, camel. He had to look at them and call them what they were. And the Lord, and this is number 21, and the Lord caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept, and he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh thereof. Now, stop here. He took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh thereof. Adam had to heal before he got a wife. He had to heal. A good godly man understands the importance of healing because he's determined to be a blessing to his woman. He understands that, okay, I got money trauma and I know I will mess her up, not intentionally. My goal is to be a good man, but I have not gotten therapy. Let me get some therapy. Let me do what I got to do. Let me prepare myself. Because anytime you want something, you have to prepare yourself for it. So, and the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept, and he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh instead thereof. And the rib which the Lord God had taken from man made he a woman and brought her unto the man. It's the same thing he did with the animals. He brought the animals to him to see what he was going to call them. But he brought her unto the man. And Adam said, this is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. He recognized it. His prophetic abilities were in sync with God's. This is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman because she was taken out of man. Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh. He recognized his wife. He recognized his wife. This is why you don't get with somebody who's confused. This is why you don't get with somebody if he doesn't know the difference between a wife and a woman. He doesn't know the difference between a wife and a woman because a woman, by instinct, until she grows, she's animalistic, which is why she twerks, which is why she got to put her titties on display, which is why she acts a certain way, because she's animalistic. She's still used to appealing to a bunch of animalistic men. But a wife knows I need wisdom. I need to hide myself in God. While I want to be married, I'm not trying to go out here and get with the wrong person because I got to be mindful of whose seed I carry because I am a vessel of God used by God to bring life into the earth. So I got to be very mindful of who I'm connecting myself with. So she makes a decision to surrender, to surrender her will, to surrender herself to God. And even though it's frustrating, even though she watches people get married and have babies around her and her biological clock goes haywire, she says to God, I'm not going to leave your will. It doesn't matter. If I never have kids, I'm going to stay in your will. If I never get married, I'm going to stay in your will. And God says, okay, she's hidden. And when she's hiding herself in God, God does something that can be really relatively frustrating. He hides her all the more. That's frustrating because you already feel hidden enough, and then God turn around and hide you some more. And you're like, okay. It can almost feel like God doesn't want you to get married, like he wants you all to himself. It can almost feel like God doesn't, you're like, okay, God, I've been doing this abstinence. I'm surrendered to you. I ain't even thinking about a man. But every once in a while, when you have a thought, you're like, do you even want me to get married? Because I kind of feel like, God, you're trying to keep me to yourself. And he looks at you and he'll say, I am. I want you for me. He's a jealous guy. He really don't want to share you. But he says, it's not good for man to be alone. So I know I got to give my daughter away at some point, but he's very intentional. So whenever a guy starts to pursue, if a man locates you as a wife, identifies you as a wife, God then allows wild animals, animalistic females, to also come into his range. If he says, God, I want sister, I'm going to call out one of y'all's name. If he said, I want sister Kyra, Lord, I want Kyra, Lord, I'll cover her, I'll protect her, or what have you. God will oftentimes hide Sister Kyra. So it's not easy to get to Sister Kyra, but then all these other females start coming out. Hey, how you doing? You're looking good. Praise the Lord. Boy. And sometimes these are women that he couldn't get in the first place. He didn't feel qualified for. So now all of a sudden, he don't know if he wants Sister Kyra no more. Because that's showing that he's not mature. His room is not prepared because he doesn't know how to stay focused. He can't stay focused. In order for him to be a husband, he got to have, anytime you want to do anything great, you got to stay focused because there's distractions everywhere. Distractions everywhere. And if all the women start coming out and showing him interest and he can't stay focused on Sister Kyra, God will take her and hide her right back. He can confuse their language because he's saying, you're not ready. You say you want my daughter, but you're not focused. As soon as I opened up the stable and let these wild women out of there, you didn't know which way to go. All you saw was butts and breasts and curves and teeth. And now you over here confused. He's not ready. You got right, laser focus. He got to have laser focus on his assignment. Everything that a man that God ascribes to a man, that man has to have a laser focus. He can't sit up there and be out here like, well, God, sorry guys, you gave me free will, and there, I know I asked for Sister Kyra, but there's this woman named Betty. She looked real nice. And God look at Betty's heart because God doesn't look at the outward period. He looks at the heart. He looks at Betty and he's like, you still attracted to that? You still attracted to that? You ain't got beyond that yet? You still attracted to that? No, let me, application denied. Application denied because you don't know what you want. And in marriage, that is going to be far worse because that stable going to open again in marriage. But this time, the devil going to open it. And when the devil open it, he going to send out all types of demonic females. And if you don't know the difference between a wife and you don't know how to stay laser focused on your destiny, on your God, and on your family, if you don't know how to have that focus, if you don't know how to keep yourself focused, oh man, you ain't going to know what to do. Because you're going to see women that look far better than your wife that you can literally have. And you will know, I can have her, I can marry her. And they're going to look, the imagination of them on your arm going to look so pretty. Seduction. And you have a lot of guys, they will destroy a 16-year marriage, 17-year marriage for a broken female that happened to look good in her brokenness. Number 7, he's interested in being a husband, not a boyfriend. Number 8, he's building wealth. Number 9, he's helping others. Number 10, he's in his purpose. He's in his purpose. Number 11, he's more determined to be a blessing than he is to be blessed. Thank you, Crypto Homegirl. God bless you. Thank you so much. He's more determined to be a blessing than he is to be blessed. There is something about reciprocity that causes, what's the wording I'm looking for? Immediately my mind goes to sex, but intimacy in any form. There's something about reciprocity. So when you think about marriage, whatever you go into in marriage, anytime a person goes and they try to have a sexual encounter and they think about themselves in the sexual encounter, typically it's not going to end the way the other party wants it to end. It will only end according to the selfish person's demands. So if you have and in marriage, it's normal. You're going to have selfish moments. It's fine. It's not, but it shouldn't be something that's overwhelming. But just immediately my mind goes to sex. If you have a guy coming into a bedroom, let's say you're married, you need to be married to him if you're having sex with him, obviously. But if you're married to a guy and the only time he's really pursuing sex is always when he didn't got himself aroused, typically he's not going to be very considerate of the female. He's not going to be considerate of how she feels. He's not going to be considerate if she enjoyed or she reached the pinnacle of her whatever. But he's not going to be considerate of it. He's going to be thinking about himself. Consequently, that wife will always find him laid out next to her, knocked out sleeping while she's still not satisfied. He'll be knocked out sleeping and he'll be talking about, we'll do round 2 or what have you. But that's a person, you're not going to have a very good sex life with that person, because then what's going to happen is the wife's brain, she's going to start communicating that to her, or it's going to start being communicated in her soul that this sex encounter is not going to end in me being satisfied. It's going to end with him screaming like a little girl and then falling over and going to sleep. That's it. So consequently, her body will begin to reject him. Her body will start to dry up. Her body's not going. So she's going to start saying no to sex. She'll start saying, not tonight, I got a headache, or what have you, because he doesn't practice reciprocity. He doesn't practice reciprocity. So in every industry and everything, there has to be a degree of reciprocity. That means that you don't just go into a relationship where you say, I want to be a blessing, but the man is thinking, oh man, I want me to have me a wife. I want somebody to cook for me. I want somebody to have sex with me. I want that. That's not a husband. That's not a husband. It's only when you say, I want to be a blessing, that means that I'm flowing from my abundance. So it's only when you say, I want to be a blessing to somebody, and that person say, I want to be a blessing to you, then that God can give you guys a green light, because you're mature enough to understand intimacy. You're mature enough to understand marriage. You're not making marriage about you. Immaturity says me, my needs. I need my bills paid. I need help with these children. I need sex. It's me. Me, my. But maturity says, I want to be a blessing. Who can I help? I was at a red light today, and Georgia is not uncommon to see people at the red light with these signs up saying, God bless you, need help. And I really felt bad. I felt like crap because I didn't have any cash on me. And obviously I'm not about to hand nobody a debit card. But I felt like crap, and I thought to myself, I got to start carrying cash around for me for these type of events. I got to start carrying cash around with me, because my heart, I desire to be a blessing. When I think about it, I fantasize about being a blessing. I think about, when I go to a restaurant, I want to be a blessing. I want to be prophetic, extremely prophetic, where the Lord says, I want you to give this waitress a $2,000 tip. I want you to do this for this person. I want you to do that for that person. I want to be a blessing, and I don't want the praise. The praise goes to God. And for me, I'm not super sensitive. Like when I say super sensitive, I'm not emotional. I don't cry easy. But I happened to see something on TikTok today where, and I forget what country they were in, but they created a house for this man. The man seemed to have a really, really good spirit. Well, you could tell he had a really good spirit. He had a stand. I don't remember what he was selling at his stand, but I watched it, and was it TikTok? It could have been, I don't know. But they built a house for him. I cried. It was so beautiful to me. I love, see, the thing is, when you have enough, when you are overflowing with the love of God, you just want to love on people. That's when you're ready. But when you're immature, you're selfish. You want people to love you. That's it. You don't think about, and all you think about what you can give it, you're transactional. I can give him some booty in return. I can cook in return. That ain't being a blessing. He can get that from a crackhead. He can get that from anybody, but you have to be overflowing. You got to overflow with the love of God. When you start to overflow with the love of God, you literally just want to help people. You just want to be a blessing. And that's the thing of reciprocity, because you're not giving to man, you're giving to God. You're loaning to God, you're doing the will of God. It's the thing of reciprocity. So, where was I? He's determined to be a blessing. He's not coming into marriage talking about something. I need you to help me fix my mommy issues. I want somebody to build wealth with. I want to have legal sex or what have you. He's like, I want to bless you. I think you're an amazing person. Like I want you to have a good, godly man who never cheats on you. I know you've been cheated on before. I don't want to be that person. He fantasizes about being a blessing. He prays about being a blessing. He desires to be a blessing. It's crazy because every time God has ever connected me with people, every person in my life, I've literally asked God to not let me hurt them. That has been my prayer. I'll never forget one of my, and I don't like to name drop or what have you, but one of my dear friends is Apostle Keenan Bridges, and he's an amazing man of God. But I remember when God connected me with him, and I remember this was years ago. This was years before I even had a church home. And I remember when God connected me with him, the prayer that I prayed, I was like, God, don't let me ever dishonor anybody. Don't let me do anything wrong to the people in my life, because I know I'm human. I know I'm human, and I have honored that. I have honored that with my pastor. I prayed, God, don't let me get caught up in dishonor. I'm gonna get mad at them at times. I'm gonna get frustrated. I'm gonna want to quit. But don't let me do that. That's been my prayer. See, and I've learned, even in my mentorship program, one of the ladies told me, she said, Tiffany, I've been praying, and I noticed God, before she even said, I've been praying, God, let me honor her. God brought her close. God, I work alongside her. When you are intentional and you begin to pray that type of prayer, when you start praying, God positions you, because you can't be around everybody, because a lot of folks want to get around you, but they don't understand what's on the inside of them. They on the surface, they just fantasize about getting close, but they don't understand that there's a spirit on the inside that wants to get close too, and it wants to hurt you. They don't think about that. They just think about, I'm a good person. Well, if you don't do anything bad, I won't hurt you. No, baby, I'm a human. I'm gonna mess up at some point. I'm gonna disappoint you. I'm gonna say something I shouldn't have said. I'm gonna do something I shouldn't have done. Maybe I'm gonna do something that you wanted me to do and I didn't know. I'm not gonna always know the right answer. I'm not gonna be perfect, and I don't need the trauma of trying to be perfect. I don't need the trauma of, oh my gosh, did I just mess up? Oh, okay, what's the punishment? You got to have people in your life who desire to bless you. I don't go into people's life thinking about what they can do for me. I think about what I can do for them. How can I be a blessing? How can I be a blessing? Consequently, I'm blessed. Because the only way you can be blessed is you first have to intentionalize, or you have to become intentional about being a blessing. You got to become what you want. And if you come across a man who's not thinking about being a blessing, he's thinking about what he can get from you, that's a selfish dude. That's a selfish dude. He may not be bad, but he's broken. He may not be bad or he's immature, but he's going to be a selfish man. And a selfish man doesn't make for a good husband. He doesn't make for a good husband. He doesn't make for a good lover. He doesn't make for a good anything. He'd be up in the bedroom swearing he did something about some, nah, yeah, you liked that, didn't you? No, I didn't. It was whack. You went to sleep. It was whack. You left me hanging. I'm sitting up here looking like, the heck I got married for? I still feel like I'm abstinent. What I get married for? You just laying there knocked out. But a good guy, a good godly guy is intentional about being a blessing. He's intentional about making sure that, hey, I want you to be happy, and you come up into his life. I want you to be happy. That's how every relationship. That's the only way a relationship thrives, is if you're not trying to see what you can get out of it, but what you can give to it. I'm telling you the secret of it. I'm telling you the secret. Any good relationship, a relationship becomes a blessing where both people involved say, "I want to," and you try to outbless each other. You try to outbless each other. I think about a friend of mine. This was a person. It's amazing to me. I consider her to be one of the better of all of the friends I've ever had. And even though I don't talk to her a lot, we can go a year or so without talking. I consider her dear. The thing that makes her dear to me, the thing that makes her so good to me, I consider her to be such a dear friend, is because I'm a blesser by nature. It's the way that God wired me. I'm a blesser by nature, and she tried to outbless me. It was competition. We were always trying to bless each other. Most of the people I've come in contact with is takers. The majority of people, and a lot of times, a lot of you are givers and you are traumatized by takers, because the majority of people on the face of this planet are takers. And when it can make you feel used after a while, because everybody's like, give, give, give. Thank you. You're so nice. I love you. And what have you. But when you come in contact with people that you sit back and you like, uh, and this is something I bought from a girl at my job, from a girl at my church. Sis, let me support you. And that person come back and say, let me support you. And you say, well, let me support you. And they say, let me support you. And none like that. But when you have people who say thank you more than they say you're welcome, it's problematic for the giver, because it makes us isolate ourselves. It makes us say, I am tired of the people on this planet. Everybody is taking and everybody's saying thank you. And now you got the nerves to become entitled. You start feeling like I owe you. You start feeling like I owe you. And if I don't do it now, it's a job. Now you're mad at me because I'm not doing what you want me to do. I didn't call you back as fast. I didn't do it. It's mentally draining. It's mentally draining to come in contact. But whenever you come in contact with somebody who tries to outgive you, outbless you, there is chemistry, there is a spark. I don't care if you're 55 years old, you will have triplets on that dude. Your womb will awaken for him, because this is somebody trying to outbless you. It's the same thing when we do with God. You know, you can't outbless God, but dang it, try. Try. You can't go do it, but let me, God, I love you. I honor you. I worship and adore you. I'm not asking anything of you. I bless your name. Use me on today. Father, I am your vessel. Let your name be glorified. Father, make me sensitive to the needs of your people. Father, I ask that you bless me to be a blessing. When you start doing that, God says, I gotta bless you, because you've made it a point to be a blessing. He's more determined to be a blessing than he is to be blessed. He's more determined to be a blessing than he is to be blessed. Number 12, he's not afraid to lead. He's not afraid to lead. You know what's amazing right now? I'm thinking to myself, I don't even remember writing that one down. I'm just literally thinking to myself, I don't remember writing that one down. But he's not afraid to take the lead, because a lot of times it's easy to take the back seat and let other people lead. It's easy because they got to take the hit, they got to take the rejection, they got to take the no, they got to take the frustration, they got to take the demonic attacks, they got to take it while you sit in the cut. While you sit in the cut and just be like, what happened? You good? But he's not afraid to take the lead. He goes out on the front line and he says, hey, I got this. He's not afraid to take the lead. Oh, wow. He's not afraid to take the lead. He's not going to. I immediately think about this. This lady on TikTok, and I saw her. She said, and I don't know if I watched it in its entirety, but she was talking about the moment she realized her husband had become her son. See, there could be a competition very easily for the role of the submitter in a relationship. Whereas the guy can come in as the lead, he can come in, and at some point, the woman, she proves that she can take a hit and keep on ticking or what have you, and then the guy starts to kind of shrink off into the background and allow his woman to take the leading role in the relationship. And it typically ends in disrespect, because the Bible says for the wives to respect their husband love your wives, and love will make you go on the front lines. Wives, respect your husband. Respect will make you submit and trust the authority or the leadership of another person. But when the guy begins to shrink and allows the woman to take the leading role, allows her to take the masculine role in the relationship, then what happens is he suffers one of the greatest fatalities, and that's the loss of her respect. That's the loss of her respect. And whenever a woman loses respect for a man, again, her body doesn't respond the same way. She becomes snippy. She starts to have a very dry attitude toward him. And that is very similar to her body. Her body starts getting dry toward him because she was never intended to take that role. She's a weaker vessel. So she has to take the demonic hits. She has to take all of the frustration. She has to take on all the responsibility. She got to take accountability when he's not willing to take accountability. And so consequently, it can make her become relatively hard. It can be frustrating to her. And, she has to try to help the children or what have you. And then after all of that, after she taking all of those hits, the children have the nerves to look at the daddy like he the good guy because he ain't frustrated. See, because a woman can end up looking like the monster in a relationship because she's frustrated. She's taking the weight. She's taking the responsibility. She's taking all the hits. And so now she's frustrated. Now she's fussing. And he's sitting up there playing video games talking about something. Okay, all right, I'm sorry. So the children start to look at him like, Daddy, you gotta leave mama because mama's too negative. But the reality is he's the villain in that relationship because he's allowing her to take the hit while he's taking the more passive role. He's taking the more the background or what have you. He's allowing her to take the hit when he has to be willing to take the pressure. And the wife is a help meet. The wife gonna come and take some pressure as well, but he has to be the one that's there to take the hit rather than giving her the pressure, giving the weight of responsibility to her, and him falling in the background and then trying to figure out why she doesn't respect him, why her body doesn't respond to him. He's not afraid to lead. And leading, I'm gonna tell you, as a leader, leading does mean that we take warfare to ensure that you don't get it. A lot of the hell that a leader goes through is so that you don't, so we can take the revelation and we can extract the wisdom from it, and we can go and teach so that you don't have to go through it. That's what leading is about. Leading is not just getting in front of an audience. Leading is about going through all of their hell so that you can be qualified to go in front of that audience and give them revelation that they would not ordinarily have. You can go give people scriptures all day long, but the scriptures have to be exegeted. They have to be broken down. And a lot of times you have to give examples, which is why I have 1,000 stories. All right, we're almost done, guys. Number 13, and I think we talked about this, he's intentional about his mental health. You cannot be a leader and not care about your mental health, because you're not the only one that have to deal with you. 10 signs that he's worth checking out. He's intentional about his mental health. He gets the therapy. He's got accountability. He tells people, this is what I went through, because his goal is, hey, I know I wasn't raised right, or but I need to make sure that I'm doing the right thing. He's intentional about his mental health. He's intentional about what he does. He's intentional because he doesn't want to mess up. He doesn't want to destroy anything. He understands that, hey, I could ruin this marriage. I could ruin these relationships. I could ruin all of this. When I get frustrated, I can ruin it all. So let me make sure that I'm intentional about my mental health. Let me get the counseling that I need. Let me have the accountability that I need. He is intentional about his mental health. If he know he crazy, if he know that he done went through hell growing up, and yet still he ain't trying to get no therapist, he's just looking for you to be his therapist. He's looking for you to be the fixer. And you know what? You're going to fail at it. Because it's hard to be somebody's lover and their counselor at the same time. And he's going to take out all of his pain and his frustration on you. He's intentional about his mental health. We got 2 more, and then we're going to close. 2 more, and then we're going to close. Number 14, he exemplifies the fruits of the Spirit. He exemplifies the fruits of the Spirit. Now, let's see here. Let's look at let's get them so I can make sure I can read them to you without forgetting. Let me see what this is. It's in Galatians, I'm pretty sure. Let's see. I think it's Galatians 4, fruits of the Spirit Bible. Yep, Galatians 5. All right, Galatians 5:22. He exemplifies. And listen, if you want to get married, study these fruit. Make sure you write them down, study them, and you have to check these fruit, not just in that man's life, but in your own life. You can't be checking everybody else's fruit and you don't check your own. You got to check your own fruit first. So, okay. Let's see here. Now you want to look for the works of the flesh, because if he got the works of the flesh, then he's not ready. So I'm gonna start at 19. Now the works of the flesh are manifest. So you want to look for these. These are signs that you need to run. The works of now the works of the flesh are okay. Let's start at 16. This I say then, walk in the spirit, and ye shall not fulfill the lust of the flesh. For the flesh lusted against the spirit, and the spirit against the flesh. And these are contrary the one to the other, so they cannot do the things that you would. But if you be led of the spirit, ye are not under the law, which means if you are led of the flesh, you are under the law. Now the works of the flesh are manifest, which are these: adultery, fornication, uncleanness, lasciviousness, idolatry, witchcraft, hatred, variance, immolations, wrath, strife, seditions, heresies, envyings, murders, drunkenness, revelings, and such like, of the which I tell you before, as I have told you in the time past, that they which do such things shall not inherit the kingdom of God, not even with grace. They shall not. They do which do. And the word was written for the believer, not the unbeliever. You can't even grace your way through that. But the fruit of the Spirit is love. This is what you want to look for. He exemplifies the fruit of the Spirit. These are what you want to look for. Love. Love is not selfish. Love is kind. You can go look up, and the Bible gives us a definition of love. It tells you how to look for love. It's kind, it's gentle, or what have you. It's not puffed up. It does not envy. It does not boast. You want to make sure you know what love is. But the fruit of the Spirit is love. Joy. You're always mad, depressed, angry, bitter. No. Love, joy, peace, long suffering, that's patience, gentleness, goodness, faith, meekness, temperance. Against such there is no law. And they that are Christ, God is saying, I'm going to show you how you know they belong to me. You will know them by their fruit. Here he is. He says, and they that are Christ have crucified the flesh with the affections and lust. If that flesh ain't crucified, that ain't for you. He exemplifies the fruit of the Spirit, the fruits of the Spirit. Number 15, last one, and we're going to let y'all go. He's responsible and accountable. We've already talked about this, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time there. He's responsible. When he messes up, he takes responsibility. He does not deflect or project the blame onto you. He takes his responsibility. I'm sorry. I ain't going to lie. I didn't call you yesterday. I was in my feelings. I shouldn't have behaved like that. You know, that shows me that, honestly, I got some growing up to do. And I'm scheduling counseling. I'm because I don't want to be that type of guy. I was acting up and what have you. Nobody should put you on punishment. I'm going to tell you something. When it comes to a guy, one of the red flags, because I've dealt with enough abuse in my life, and I thank God for those situations, because it helped me to understand the difference between a toxic man and a healthy one. I don't deal with people putting me on punishment. I just don't. I don't. That is trauma. It is traumatic. It is frustrating. I don't deal with somebody saying, "Hey, I'm mad at you, so I'm not calling you. I'm mad at you, so I'm not doing this." Because healthy people that value you, that value your relationship with them, are intentional, remember reciprocity, they will say, okay, you hurt my feelings, or you disappointed me, you hurt me, or what have you. My prayer is that God removes me from those type of people. Protect me from those type of people, remove those people from my life. I don't want people in my life who feel like they need to hurt me to tame me, because that was one of the issues that I had over the course of my life, was that I kept hearing the same thing, guys thinking they needed to tame me, people thinking that I needed to be broken, I needed to be tamed, when in reality I just needed to be loved. In reality, I just needed to be loved. I didn't need nothing else. I didn't necessarily need to be heard. I just needed to be loved, because love would have broke the curse. And he did. Love did break the curse. But when you're dealing with somebody who's broken, who still thinks the silent treatment, somebody mentioned it, who still thinks that I need to put you on punishment, I need to treat you a certain way, I got to make you cry, I got to make you frustrated, I got to make you angry. That's a person that you don't give a second chance to. You don't give the time of day. I would tell a dude like that to kick rocks, because at the end of the day, it's abusive. And I can tell you, I've had plenty of conversations with some of my friends. I can tell you the definition of abuse. I see abusive ways in a lot of people that are very toxic coming out of abuse. I can tell you a lot of things that people do are abusive, and they're not necessary, because it's as simple as having a conversation. It is so simple. It is so simple. It's as simple as, let's talk about it. It is so simple. But abuse is when you say, I don't want to talk about it because I'm a punk, I'm scared, I'm fearful. So I would much rather put you on punishment. I would much rather break you. I would much rather hurt you. I would much rather bend you. I would much rather put pressure on you. I would much rather weaponize the spirit of fear to get what I want from you. Even, catch this, even if you did do something wrong. Nobody has a right to weaponize fear against you. Nobody has a right to use your love as a weapon against you. Nobody has a right to do that. And when you come in contact with people, and if somebody does that, that is a sign that the person is toxic. Because at the end of the day, every good and godly relationship, it should be a simple conversation. You make an agreement. Hey, we're not going to holler at each other. We're not going to argue. We're going to talk. If we can't agree on it, we'll figure out, we got to figure something out. Even if we got to get wise counsel. Thank you, Sister Shani. God bless you. Even if we got to get wise counsel, we got to make sure that we figure this thing out. Because I value you and I love you and I need you, and you value me and you love me. So we already made it up our mind. Divorce is not an option. We're not breaking up. So because of that, and I want to make sure that I respect you and you respect me. Because of that, what we're going to do is we just going to seek wise counsel. There's no sense in me doing this to a guy. Move. Thank you, Sister April. God bless you. There's no sense in me saying to a guy, move. And then making his atmosphere, it's witchcraft, guys. Making the atmosphere uncomfortable for him because he didn't give me what I wanted. So now I'm sitting up in the house like, no. Best out. Hey, look, we got to talk. I don't want to talk. We're going to have to. Well, I said, I don't want to talk. We're going to have to get therapy. I ain't getting no therapy. Okay. So in a situation like that, it would seem that the best response, one, is prayer, and two, is sometimes you have to pull yourself from that situation. Nope, we're not doing this. It's not even an option. We're not about to have a broken, crazy relationship. You're not about to break me down. And I don't want to lose my respect for you. So we're gonna have to do something. You get to call. You call the shots. But this is why you want to make sure you test the spirit before you get married to it, because you don't want to make a commitment to something that is not that is not committed to God. You don't want to commit to something or someone who's not fully surrendered and committed to God, somebody who's determined to tame you, somebody who's having a temper tantrum and determined to have their way. Because in over this course of life, you're not going to always get your way, and you can't keep using trauma as a justification. I'm saying it because traumatic people who come out of trauma, a lot of times you think that God owes you something. So I'm well within my rights to be broken. I'm well within my rights to be traumatized and to hurt other people. I'm well within my rights. No, you're not. That's why you end up being perpetually traumatized again and again, because you keep going in and bending and twisting and hurting people and expecting them to get over it. Expecting them to heal, expecting them to get past it. And that's not right. So number 15, he's responsible and accountable. He takes responsibility without sharing some of that with you. He doesn't say, I'm sorry, I did this, but you provoked me. No, he just says, you know what, I shouldn't act like that. Ain't no excuse. I should not have behaved like that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I take accountability for what I've done. He doesn't put all the weight on you. I know that this list can seem relatively complicated. It can seem as if I just listed the impossibilities. There will be some guys that will watch this and say, "If y'all listen to her, you'll never be married." Oh yeah, you will, because we're dealing with the living God. We're not dealing with a man's opinion. Because at the end of the day, God wants to grow you in Him and hide you, because He has sons out there. He has sons out there that are very intentional, but just like you, they see a bunch of carnal, animalistic people. But whenever a husband finds his wife, it's an exciting event, because he comes in contact with a different breed of a woman. He comes in contact with a mirrored reflection of his future. And that's a beautiful thing, because he knows that this is the person I can spend my life with in safety. Y'all get that? This is somebody I can spend my life with, and you can have that safety as well. This is somebody I can spend my life with in safety. I feel safe with him. This is why you don't give yourself in relationships to people who make you feel unsafe. People who make you feel unsafe. If somebody wants to make you feel unsafe, y'all, I'm sorry. I don't know what. Yeah, my thing was going off. It said, now it misunderstood something I said. So it said, I was designed by Apple in California. But if somebody makes you feel unsafe, that's typically a person that is not for you, or a person that needs help. You have to feel safe. I think about this relationship where this guy, the lady, she had, and I told the story before. She was like, "Hey, I got a daughter who's dating this guy, and he's a really good guy. He seems to be a good guy, but every time he gets mad at her, he says he needs to consecrate." And I was like, "No, she needs to run." And he putting on punishment. He's using religious jargon to do so, but she needs to run. It's not to say that And she was like, she know that's her husband, and he. And I believe that God called them together. And I'm like, it very well could be. But right now, God is showing her that He's not ready. Because at the end of the day, whenever you get married, you can't take a consecration. You can't get away from your wife. You can't get up. And just like you can't do that with your husband, you can't get up and say, I need to be away from you for a few days. That breaks trust. It breaks trust, because it makes a person insecure. It makes a person afraid. Like, I can't be imperfect with you. And that's the worst feeling ever, is to be in a relationship with somebody that you don't feel safe enough to be imperfect with, because you're an imperfect creature. So you feel like you got to be on your A game. That's too much work. What if you have been married to a spouse who is very immature and rage issues even after 35 years? Best thing to do with somebody who has rage is you have to be extremely patient. You got to be prayerful. Don't let them put their hands on you in any form, shape, or what have you. But you have to exemplify the love of God and try not to go toe to toe with them. And then at the same time, you want to set the atmosphere for deliverance. So there's an atmosphere that demons don't thrive well in. And this is why God says, submit yourself to God and resist the devil, and he will flee from you. So what happens is if you set an atmosphere of love, and it's frustrating because it's not easy when you're dealing with somebody who is demonically bound. It is not easy to set a good atmosphere because what you go and set, they unset. They're always trying, but you set an atmosphere of love. That means when the person starts acting up, you say, "Hey, I forgive you." So typically, what they do is they train you to respond to them. So you end up learning to help them to maintain the atmosphere by going toe to toe with them because you feel like I can handle you. So you feel like I got to get loud, I got to do this, and I got to do that. But actually, it's the opposite. You have to set the atmosphere you have to make an atmosphere that's uncomfortable for the devil. The atmosphere has to be uncomfortable for the devil. That means that it has to be an atmosphere of love. It has to be an atmosphere of worship. It has to be an atmosphere that makes him begin to manifest that demon, and then you can cast that thing out. You can cast that thing out. So that was it, guys. Just take this, and like I said, I'm going to come back and I'm going to do one for the guys on likely tomorrow. I don't think the one that I do for the guys is going to be, I know it ain't going to be as long because I didn't intend for this one to be that long. But ladies, make sure you make a commitment to coming back on. I pray that this message helped you. Thank you, Sister Salvador. Salvador, God bless you. Brother Salvador, God bless you. Thank you. Thank you so much. But it is the heart of God. It is the will of God that we have healthy and godly marriages. And all our honesty, it is the will of God. God desires us to be married and happy more than we desire that for ourselves. But there's a process that we have to go through. We have to die to ourselves. Amen. Amen. We have to die to ourselves. We have to surrender to the will of God. And we have to make sure that we are, we don't get engaged in relationships with guys who are not submitted to the will of God. Because at the end of the day, you're not going to tame him. You're not going to train him. And as a female that has dealt with people who felt like they needed to tame me, that is a frustrating event. To be with somebody who feels like you need to be tamed. And when I say feel like I needed to be tamed, I wasn't doing anything bad. They didn't feel like they needed to tame me for the, they would, when you're dealing with a broken person, they know that their brokenness is going to drive you away. So they become afraid of losing you. So they feel like I need to break you so that you can make room for my brokenness. I need to break you so that you can make room for my brokenness. So you want to be very mindful of the type of people you entertain. So lastly, those of you, remember, we're doing a screening for Esther Prep University. If you would like to be considered for Esther Prep University, remember there is a fee to get in Esther Prep. So you go to tiffanybuckner.com and go under membership to see the price or what have you. But if you want to be a part of the screening, you can email support@anointedfire.com. I don't know if the moderators are still on here because I haven't been here for a while, but I will type it up here in a second. You can email that email address. Oh, yeah, moderator sister is on here. Okay, thank you, Sister Keandra. God bless you, sis. But the moderators are on here. If you want to be a part of Esther Prep University, I would love to mentor you. My goal is I want to get about 50 more. My goal, in all honesty, my ultimate goal is to get 50 women. And one of the reasons I want to do screenings because I want to make sure that everybody has realistic expectations, and I want to make sure that I'm a good fit. I've come to understand now that I'm not a good fit for everybody. I've come to understand that, and so now that I'm aware and I'm cognizant of that, I want to make sure that I'm doing screenings as opposed to just having open floor where people can just go and join Esther Prep University. So far, it has been mainly good, but a lot of times I do get people that join that have unrealistic expectations and stuff like that. And they can be relatively toxic, and they do very, do things to try to hurt me or what have you, or even other students or what have you. And I just want to make sure that I'm a good fit. I want to make sure that I'm not bringing people in who need therapy as opposed to mentorship. So there is a difference. So guys, listen, I love y'all. I do apologize for this being over 4 hours, but I thank you for kicking it with me for 4 hours. Cause yeah, when you manless out in these streets, that's what happens. I always use that term, so it's kind of funny. But I love you guys, and I will talk to you soon. Again, if you want to join Esther Prep, you can. The mentorship. Also, we have MAP Junior. If you want to volunteer with Anointed Fire, you can volunteer. And if you have volunteered and they haven't contacted you, trust me, I'm about to get on this week because we were supposed to contact you. So I got to make sure I set up a meeting with you guys for those of you who are registered to volunteer. Again, if you want to become a part of Esther Prep, there is a fee, not the mentorship. I mean, the mentorship is, but not the map, not the volunteer thing. But if you want to be a part of Best of Prep, so I'm saying that they say don't say I want a screening and then come to the screening and start talking about, well, I ain't got no money. Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm trying to say that because I don't want people to come and be playing mind games and stuff like that. All right, I love you guys, and I will talk to you soon. My dog has already got up and is waiting on me. All right, love you.